Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the final day of Phase 1 of PMPL Fall Split North America. Some teams have definitely showed up here towards the end, and I can't wait to see which teams are going to be popping off here on the final day, or which teams are probably going to keep going down. Nonetheless, I can't do this by myself, so let me bring in my amazing analyst, Cameron Davis. How are you, Cameron?
Great. We're here. We're chilling. As you said, last day of Phase 1. We still basically know who the top three teams are, where they're going to be placing in that top three. We have to wait to decide because they are neck and neck there, and there are still a good number of bonus points below them as well. And that section in the middle, it's gotten a little separated from yesterday, but there is still a lot of room for these teams to play around in. So there is a lot still to be decided in these final games of the day.
That's right, and I hope all the teams took their Monster Energy, our official energy drink partner, because it is going to be the final day. Bonus points are going to be coming into play. So let's take a look at the calendar, just to remind you how this is going to play out for the next month or so, because we are going to be having a week off, not this coming week after that. So make sure you tune in for Phase 2, Phase 3, and Finals. Everything is pretty much the same as we've been showing you, and I actually just want to jump straight into the overalls if we can, because there's been some changes, there's been some surprises too that we saw from yesterday as well, and we have a bunch of other teams that I would really love to talk about. I think one that just kind of pops up into mind, if we can just pull up the overall, has been YKG. That team has just been so consistent out of the top three, considering how, as you were mentioning, how the top three are just pretty much running away with it in this Phase 1.
Yeah, and I mean, looking at the points, looking at the scores, you can see that while Extreme Slayers and NHyper, they're quite close. They're definitely within, the bracket with YKG, but with a 13-point lead going into the final day, it does mean that Extreme Slayers and NHyper have a lot of work to do when all three of these teams have been performing very, very well over the course of this first entire phase. But both of these teams, Extreme Slayers and NHyper, have had days that they have been they're on their off game. Like Extreme Slayers just yesterday, up until the final game, they were getting almost no points at all. YKG, they just been running ahead with it. They haven't had a bad day so far. So will that be today, or will they continue to maintain this lead? 13 points, it can be a lot, but again, with how consistently, mostly consistently, NHyper and Extreme Slayers have been, YKG, they got to make sure they know that those people are right behind them.
Yeah, Extreme Slayers with a bit of a wake-up call there at the end of yesterday, being able to get that chicken dinner in Sanhok with those 12 items to pretty much save their day, because it was an absolute awful performance up until that point. And then another team that I want to call out, because they did end the day in a good way, was Ace of Spades. This is a team that I've been criticizing for such a long time after day one, because we haven't seen much of them, and they just been getting lucky that all of the teams towards the bottom, like Execute and K19 in day 3, were able to step it up. Ace of Spades, I mean, we're able to finish the day yesterday with the second place finish, 7 ilims. That's what we want to see out of them. And a quiet but quite deadly team, Wall Street Bets Gaming. I mean, this team, remember, they had yesterday at the beginning of the day, they had a Killjoy, if I'm not mistaken. He was in the top 5 for top fraggers. Maybe they're going to be able to step it up even more here today. Not just Killjoy, but the whole roster.
Yeah, but again, this is what I was talking about with this middle section being very close. It's definitely got a little bit more separation from yesterday, when there was like 5-point gap between 10 teams there in the middle. If we go over to the second page, you'll see what I'm talking about, though, because you look at Puppeteers with 99 points. There's a little bit of a jump down to 93, but then 89 for Ace of Spades. You have to go all the way down to PASSIONFRUIT before you go below 80, and that's just 79. There's 77, 75. So we all know how big of jumps that these teams can have. In fact, just talking about PASSIONFRUITs, they had a day that they had yesterday with a really big jump. K19 also on this page from day 3. It came in that day, had a really solid jump. Execute with a good jump on their own. So there's still quite a big possibility of all of these positions here in the middle shifting around, including teams like you mentioned with Wall Street Bets, Ace of Spades, but even teams here at the bottom, Super Lazy, MEZEXIS, 412, they could still really get into the mix. It's not until we hit the third page that we really see the teams that are essentially out of contention here for bonus points in Phase 1.
Yeah, and Speed of Fire, I mean, one of the teams that you mentioned yesterday, they were able to get the chicken dinner, but besides that chicken dinner, their placement points, if we take away, it's only 3, which is just absolutely ridiculous for me to think about. And then Skills of Mine just towards the end, even with the gap over Speed of Fire, which is crazy as well. I would like to see Skills of Mine react a little bit more here today. If not, as we've been mentioning, teams are going to start picking on them. Teams are going to notice that they are being consistent at being at the bottom, and they're going to be looking at just some free ilims. Now, we're talking about consistency. I actually want to take a look to see how some of the teams have been consistent, because YKG, that's definitely a team that has been quite consistent throughout this whole 4 days that we have played so far. We mentioned it too, Stream Slayers. That's a team that had a bit of a fall off, but they were able to save face yesterday with that win that they got.
Yeah, it's been really weird looking at what you're talking about consistency here, because you could talk about consistency being a good thing, but of course you need to be consistently good. Like you said with YKG, the only team that is consistently great, where, as I said earlier on, Extreme Slayers and Hyper, both of them had a little bit of off days, but you could also have, be consistently poor, like Skills of Mind, not to try and pick on them, but they are at 20 points total with 7 placements and only 13 elimination points after 20 rounds that we've played so far. So when we say consistency, we're mostly talking about being consistently good and trying to avoid high variable gameplay, because oftentimes you'll see that when you're looking at another team that you brought up as an example, Ace of Spades, as being sort of really hard to judge where they fit on in the mix.
Yeah, what we're definitely talking about is, do me a favor, pull up that graphic so we can actually see a little bit more of that consistency that we've been talking about there for a minute. Stream Slayers, I mean, that's a team. I'm not even going to mention it again. I already mentioned it 2 times. You can see right there. Yesterday, it was a bit of a fall off of how they've been able to perform. It wasn't expected for them to continue to average those 48 points. I expected them to finish somewhere in the middle of 35, maybe 37. So that win definitely saved face for them. And Hyper, this team has actually surprised me with the way that they have been playing. For them to be able to get this many points, it has been quite impressive. But I feel like a big one for me, you have to see all the way to the right, the big jump up from PASSIONFRUIT Esports. We've been hyping this team up, and they finally showed what they're capable of.
Yeah, exactly. 45 points in 1 day. That still doesn't beat what Extreme Slayers and YKG have been able to hit on their first 3 days, the average of the 3 of them. So you got to know that they've had at least 2 above 45-point days, unless one of them was just ridiculous, which, might have been the case. But either way, my point is that PASSIONFRUIT, if you just take yesterday in isolation, they're looking like an entirely different team. And who knows, maybe it is that roster move that they made, still shuffling their players around, figuring out what are the pieces that fit best together on the field. But the other question is, will that maintain going into today, or was that just a flash in the pan, a sort of honeymoon period element of that roster move?
Yeah, I think got a lot of questions, especially with that roster move. Are they going to continue to do some roster changes, as we have seen some of the other teams being able to do throughout the days? A big roster move that has actually happened in the offseason is that Trick has joined Execute. So let's take a look at this interview, and then we'll be able to break down a little bit more Execute.
What's up, everybody? It's Hot Jukes. I am here with Trick from Execute. That's right, not MEZEXIS. Execute, brother. How you doing?
I'm doing good. How about yourself?
Doing good, man. We just got back from Saudi Arabia. PMPL Fall's about to get started. How was your experience in playing in your first LAN during PMWI with MEZEXIS?
It was a nice experience. I got to basically experience a lot of the top teams that I was used to watching, and I got to play with them, and it really showed me the difference of the level of NA with a lot of the other teams.
Oh, my question would be, did you enjoy the spanking or did you not enjoy it?
I didn't enjoy it because I gotta win all the time. I gotta win, but
yes.
I mean it's a learning process, and hopefully I could come back with a better team and go at it again.
All right, so after playing in multiple teams so far, how did you find the right synergy with everyone each time to perform your best? Or is it in some cases just not possible?
I've always been the type of player to just adapt to any playstyle, no matter what team it is. I could always go in and catch on real fast, so that's always been an easy part for me. And I mean, a lot of the teams, it's not such of a big difference of playstyle, so it's just easy.
What do you feel is like the hardest one for you to get a hold of?
Probably the way players play by themselves, as in getting used to, for example, let's say a player likes to push a lot. You have to basically learn every player's playstyle on their own.
Great insight there from Trick. And even though how Hot Juke said it, they did end up getting spanked in PMWI. But I felt like even though they got spanking, he was able to learn a lot because right now he's the player that's currently performing the best out of Execute. He's been able to put up, I think it's 21 elims out of 3,900 damage. Those are not bad stats. And I would actually like to take a look at Puppeteers versus Executes because when we saw it on the overall, those are teams that are currently fighting there towards the top, Cam.
Yeah. They're basically out of contention for the top 3, but they are almost neck and neck here. And just looking at their score lines, looking at their points and everything, looking pretty even across the board. Elimination slightly towards Execute, replacement slightly towards Puppeteer. But what's interesting about both of these teams, as you mentioned for Trick, him having 21 elims, second place on his team is Tensa with 13. That's a pretty big drop-off. Granted, they've had Casper and Killswitch kind of swap in and out, and so if you combine their elims together, that's looking a lot better than that. But still, Trick pretty far ahead. And then, of course, Puppeteers. We've said this before previously looking at this team. It really is just kind of the Dong show with 24 elims for him. Granted, his second best teammate is Liu Jang at 19. So again, it's not... I think there was some recovery there from yesterday because I don't recall the scores being that close. But the point is that for these two teams, there is a bit of a worry that it's all relying too much on one player to perform and grab those numbers. And so while this is not really going to be much of a question for phase 1 because as we keep saying, this is the last day of that phase. Looking at phase 2 and phase 3, will these teams be able to adjust if those two star players, respectively for those teams, have a bit of an off day, have a bit of an off moment?
Yeah, and I think the main one for Execute is going to be when are they going to end up setting themselves up with the roster that they're not going to be rotating, right? As you mentioned, they'll be switching Casper, they've been switching Tensa, they've been switching Killswitch. When is the final time that they're going to be like, okay, you know what, this is going to be our main roster. I feel like we're going to be able to get a chance to play with them a little bit more. But if you guys got any guesses on the chat or on social media, make sure you use that hashtag PMPLNA because I like to see what you guys think. Maybe they keep Killswitch because that was actually a big jump up that they were able to do when they put in Killswitch. You can see a completely different Execute and of the likes of what we've seen out of PASSIONFRUIT Esports yesterday when they put in Van. Like they had to sit out Nate, even though Nate was their best fragger on the first 3 days. They were still able to perform really, really well. So let's take a quick look at the schedule for today that we can keep an idea of what the map rotation we're going to be playing. And Cam, we're going to be playing your favorite one, Vikendi, right off the bat.
Starting with Vikendi. It's the same map rotation, just in a bit of a different order, but as far as the balance of the maps, it's the same. We're going to end this day on Erangel, the classic, the go-to, the comfort, the familiarity. I mean, though I say that, there's one group that's going to end their series on Sanhok, which is a bit weird, I guess. Like, imagine needing to secure yourself X number of points to get bonus points, and then your last chance is Sanhok. But regardless, all these teams throughout this rotation, each phase, they're playing the same number of maps, the same amount of times, etc., etc. But yeah, this is what we're playing today, starting with Vikendi. It's going to be exciting.
Yeah, one of the teams that is going to be playing in that last Sanhok is going to be Skills of Mine. Maybe they'll be able to use a bit of the madness there from Sanhok to get some extra points. Obviously, they're not going to be anywhere near unless some insane miracle happens here today.
It's not mathematically possible, Seven. Don't.
Which is, I'm thinking like they're going to be getting 30 points, which is not. It's not the case. All right, I'm just trying to be nice here because this team has been absolutely getting destroyed. But nonetheless, Vikendi, I'm hearing that it might be ready, and if it is, why not? Let's see what Hot Jukes and Sute has to say about this Vikendi coming up.
What's up, everybody? Oh, goodness. Here we go with a huge day. And I just heard, of course, talking about Skills of Mind. My own question is, yeah, we're about to play Vikendi. My question, though, is are they going to be able to get a point on Miramar, right? Just one.
Ooh.
Just one Miramar point. Hey, they did get one chicken dinner, right? They got one chicken dinner yesterday, so we got to see a little bit of a sign of life, but then we didn't see pretty much anything after that. But obviously, we're looking at the top echelon team. So many storylines. Execute showing up. PASSIONFRUIT showing up yesterday, Zute.
Yeah.
I think we're going to have one banger of a day today.
Well, yesterday was a great, day to set up for today because a lot of the teams that, were showing us somewhat of an upward trajectory really showed it yesterday. They came through. They didn't just fall flat again. The teams near the top, I said it yesterday, teams near the top, they're duking it out. We had Extreme Slayers, right? On their second to last match, we were questioning them. We were like, where has Extreme Slayers been today? And Hyper showed up. YKG showed up, out of the 3 Titans, Extreme Slayers nowhere to be seen. And then on their very last match, Chicken Dinner.
Bam.
So like everything, in my opinion, set up perfectly for today, Jukes. The top teams, they should all be gunning, and they showed that yesterday. The teams that, you know, really need the points, that have been improving, that we've been keeping an eye on, they also improved a lot yesterday too. So today is a day that hopefully culminates into, you know, a great bang of a show, especially on the last day of the first week.
Yes, sir. You know what? I think we've seen some new teams. We've seen some old rosters with some new members. And now that we're reaching the final point here of the first week, I think we've definitely seen teams elevate, right? Squads starting to gel a little bit more. And when you have that happen, the whole lobby needs to adjust a little bit, right? Teams at the top need to start adjusting their strategies, tweaking, because you know what? Maybe squads that were a little bit easier to push at the start of the week, not so easy anymore. So hopefully we start seeing some of those adjustments. Some of these squads, especially in the middle pack, really start to heat up. We want to see that consistency. I'm looking at squads like BOPE, right, who've had some pop-off games here and there, MEZEXIS, those kinds of teams. The better the lobby is overall in North America, the better everybody gets. So hopefully we see that here as we're about to kick it off with Vikendi. Let's go.
Yeah, this first match is going to be something, and we're starting it off, like you mentioned, on Vikendi, the ice cold tundra. Now, we've seen all of our Vikendi matches this week so far, pretty good pacing. You know, sometimes it's just action all throughout. We had that one, it was yesterday actually. It was just action from beginning to end. Usually there's like a slowdown period, but either way, I've loved the way the pacing has been on every Vikendi match.
I love it as well. That last Vikendi, I was even joking. I was like, we're in the icy tundra, but this thing's on fire, because it was literally push after push, and then once you see one go down, third party right afterwards. It was an absolute war yesterday. So hopefully we can start that off here today. You know, nice, beautiful plane path. And again, with Vikendi, no matter where the plane is, you can pretty much fly to anywhere on this side of the map. So my eyes are going to be looking towards Villa, because we've seen, I think, very consistent hot drops there. I wonder if that's going to happen here today.
We'll see. We've had hot drops all week long, even, you know, stretching into the end of the week, and they've been decreasing, you know, as far as frequency goes, but there's always been at least 1 or 2 hot drops each day. Seems like we're gonna go back to us. We're gonna do a little bit of a remake on the lobby. So while we're here, Jukes, what is one thing in today, like out of all the things we're looking out for, all the things we're hoping for, what's one thing today that you especially want to happen?
I don't want to see Extreme Slayers fall off. Okay, right? I think we saw a little stutter step. We saw them obviously really hit it hard there at the last game yesterday. I think Remix really leading the charge for the team has been huge, but I don't want to see that drop, right? I want to see that consistent play, because I really believe in this team. I mean, this is the reason why at the start, before the tournament even, you know, began, we had given our predictions. I put Extreme Slayers in my top 3. I think that they work well together. Yeah, I was the only one, right? I mean, I Remix is a monster, and the way that this squad has been playing, I've seen in, you know, other tournaments, seen them in scrims. I think they have a lot of potential. And to be honest with you, I think North America as a whole needs more big contestants, because sometimes it looks like just YKG, you know, Ed Hyper, just cruising, just like, all right, how many points we're gonna get here today? And that's fine and dandy here in this tournament, great for them, but you know, then Americas comes around and North America gets slapped around like a bunch of chickens, you know? So hopefully we can see them actually, you know, put that chest up, you know, put that chest up in Americas and say, we're here to play. You know what I'm saying?
I agree. And I believe we might be heading to an interview before we head into the next match. I'll get word very soon if it's queued up and ready, Jukes. I'm not quite too sure. I wasn't clear. Okay, there we go. We got confirmation. We will be heading into an interview, so don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be right back with match number 1 after this interview.
What made you join Execute, you know, and how have you guys been preparing for this upcoming season?
I joined Execute. To be honest, it was the only team that had an available spot because a lot of these other teams were selling slots, and you know, a lot of random teams came in, which I didn't know about. And Execute hit me up. I tried out with them. We've been practicing a lot on our comms, our fighting, our 4v4s, our rotations, and everything like that. Even fighting for our draw spots. And I mean, we're just basically putting in a lot of work.
Putting in that work, you know. So, you know, your current roster is just stacked with fraggers, you know, the past few seasons. You know, how will you guys divide the lineup? Like, which roles, you know, are you playing in, the rest of your team, if you don't mind explaining that?
So, as of right now, is basically 3 fraggers and 1 IGO. Fate, side Geo, as many people always know. Me, Casper, and Tessa are going to be fraggers. The way our team is set up is where a lot of the players that are even subs could come in, also play, you know, any of the roles if needed. And I mean, it's just a lot of talent in one team, and we're able to switch out if we need to.
Let's go. Let's go. Do you have any messages out there for your opponents?
See, I don't like talking crap, but just watch out. Just watch out.
Oh, dude, keep an eye out, dude. Keep an eye out, okay? So what would you like to say to the fans out there cheering you and your team on?
I mean, I appreciate every fan out there. Fate has a lot of fans. So, I mean, just keep supporting and just keep watching out for us.
And where can people find you?
Find me on Instagram at trick.pubg. I also stream a lot on Trovo, and you can also catch me there at Trick with 2 Ks at the end.
Let's go. Trick, thank you so much, brother. I hope to see you crush it this fall split.
Thank you.
And we're back. Man, it was so good to be able to chat with Trick a little bit. You know, I actually got to talk with him, hang out with him a little bit in Saudi Arabia. It still blows my mind. I crazy that sound, right? Being able to go across the world, meet new people, all because of a mobile game. PUBG Mobile is where it's at. Big thank you, guys, because these opportunities are insane. But, you know, I got to talk to him. He was so excited. We got to eat some delicious lunch together. And, you know, I got to talk to him afterwards a little bit after that interview too, and he mentioned, you know, obviously, you know, changing teams so many times is tough, but we understand why so many squads have picked him up, right? The dude could frag, he could get it done. I think it's just been tough for him to find the perfect team for him to gel with, you know. And with Execute, I think we're still seeing that process, right? We're starting to still see them try to get things worked out here and there. But I hope that since we've seen some signs of life, we see this squad stick together, make those adjustments, and just get better and better as time goes on, Zoo.
Yeah, and I hope that trajectory keeps going upwards and upwards. I will say one thing, outside of Trick, Execute, you know, the staple of Execute has got to be Fate, right? He's the guy that's on this roster. He's the guy that's IGL every single time. And kudos to Fate. I think he's improved a lot. I think, correct me if I'm wrong, I might be wrong, but the first time I saw Fate, right, on the competitive scene was when I was on a team with him.
That's right. You did play with him.
I do think that was the first time that he was playing comp, because, yeah, I'm like 90%, because they qualified to the PMPL that year. This was like so many years ago through the PMCO. And that was his first PMCO. And I wasn't even on the team. I got picked up. I forgot what happened, but I was out of a team. Fate hit me up, you know, during the PMPL stage. It's like, hey, heard you're looking for a team, your experience. He brought me on. And ever since then, you know, this was years and years back. Fate's been on the grind day in, day out. And just watching him over the years since I retired as a caster, watching him play, the IGL, the rotations, that was my specialty. The only mistake, right, we keep pointing it out, and I think this is why we're so critical, right? Because this guy is just constantly improving, and I think the feedback from us, his viewers, his fans really help out. It's just, you know, slow it down a little bit. You know, tend to rush things. Like, he's got the right idea. Top teams play. He knows how it should happen. But the way it happens is when the whole team is ready and on the same page. So he might be doing the right thing, just a little bit too fast, right? So slow it down.
It's the execution, right? That needs to be worked on right there.
Yeah.
That's on brand. That's on brand. You know, look at some of the numbers. You know, Fate currently struggling with getting the eliminations of compared to his other squad. And usually, you know, it's not often we see, you know, the IGL, the top fragger. That's not necessarily that person's role. But, you know, Fate being the kind of off angle, you know, we've seen him go on these crazy angles. We've seen him do these crazy rushes, and it just hasn't been working. So I think you're right. I think the play is correct. But one thing that's the hardest thing as an IGL is you have to not only just make the call, but you have to understand where each one of your members is and either tell them to wait or go at the same time. You can't just say go and then go yourself. You have to be like, hey, all right, let's push. But you have to look at your team, and if they're too far away, then you have to wait for them. You can't just go by yourself, you know?
Yeah.
And if Fate could stop and just be just a tiny bit more patient, and once he gets that awareness, I think we're going to see an entirely different execute team.
Yeah, I think this is a good way to put it, and even for the viewers that may have less competitive experience, like the whole synergy thing, it's such a broad term, but imagine this, right? The perfect play in a given situation, you need players A, B, C, and D in these positions to pull it off, right? And as an IGL, you see this in your head immediately when you realize it, and whoa, we're going to be in for a match on Vikendi, that circle. Oh boy, I can't wait. We've already got some hot drops. Zuko taking out a member of Skur. This might evolve into something more. We'll keep an eye out on. Continue with my thoughts. So A, B, C, D, IGL realizes this is the perfect play. Now, when the IGL realizes this, he knows as he's going to be tier A. He needs to be here. If tier A is there before tier he just dies, and it looks like he's just rushing things, and it's like, what is he doing? And it's so tough as IGL. He's like, oh, we need to do this right now. I need to be in position A, and then he has to call it out and sit and wait for C and D to get in place, and then he goes to A, and then it all works out. And so while you're trying to do all this with all the chaos that is PUBG Mobile going on, the battle, the time, the blue zone, it's tough. So when we say synergy, synergy is when C and D know to be there almost before A calls it out. And the second he thinks about it, C and D is there within 1 to 2 seconds, if not less. And then A goes, and then boom. It's like, wow, that was perfect. Perfectly synergized. So I think that breaks down the whole synergy and the complexities of playing this game at a high level down a little bit. So hopefully you guys, you know, get a better idea of when we say synergy, team synergy. That's pretty much what it is.
I mean, how many of you guys folks watching this right now, you know, all of you guys have probably played PUBG Mobile for the most part, right? Or any kind of FPS game. How many times have you been in a situation where you know that, hey, we're in a 2v1, you call that push, and you're like, all right, hey, push him. And you push, and your teammate's nowhere to be found. Your teammate's not there with you. So then you get in a 1v1 and you get caught out. And as we see, Baton getting the jump on the 6-list. So, oh man, PASSIONFRUIT having a solid day yesterday, but now MEZEXIS getting the better of him. 6-list is going to get thirsted here 100%. Yep. So, yeah, he's gone. It looks like the rest of PASSIONFRUIT is just going to take off and lick their wounds. But yeah, you know, that's just basically describing what you just said. Oh, ooh, never mind. I thought that he was going to get away, but Skyline said, no, sir. And that is 2 members of PASSIONFRUIT out. That's tough.
That's a rough start. Definitely a rough start on Vikendi. And I think we see a little bit more of these early engagements, also partly due to the zone. The zone's so far in the northwest. Some of these teams are trying to, you know, get a little bit earlier into the zone because there's so much water in play. That's more important to make that rotation now in the first circle. And, well, just happen to be rotating into other teams.
100%, yeah. You know, and, you know, that's kind of going back to what I was talking about, you know, like, and you were mentioning as well, you know, you call out for your teammate to push, you get knocked, and you look behind you, and you think your teammate's right beside you, and it's not. And imagine being at this level as an IGL, where you look at the play, and the push, you realize, has to be done within 5 seconds. Right? The IGL can calculate it. Say that we have to push within 5 seconds. Anything past that, they're going to get the res and it doesn't work. There's nothing more frustrating than calling that push and then realizing your team is incapable of doing it within 5 seconds. Yeah. And it's hard to call for another play and make something else because you know it works and you're in position, but you have to wait, you know? And it's hard for a lot of IGLs to just realize that, hey, you know what? All right, let's push. Oh, my team's not there. I gotta have to go away, you know? And so hopefully we see, you know, Fate in particular be able to make those adjustments, because once the rest of the team, like you mentioned, gels and is like thinking the same brain to where Fate just makes the call and they're already almost pushing, you know? Once that happens, that's going to be good. But the problem is that it takes time. It takes a lot of time, folks. And the best in the world do it to a whole nother level. So just to give you an example, you know, best in the world that I've seen so far is Sertani and Vampire Esports. I talked to them and I got an idea of what their training regimen's like.
Yeah.
Okay? Right, so these guys all live together. They play for around 6 hours a day. Okay, 6 hours a day of gameplay, about 4 hours of scrims, 2 hours of free time to do whatever they want, with a coach watching them, and them all playing in the same house. Okay, so that's their regimen. And how are you supposed to beat that? You know what I'm saying? As 4 squads, 4 people living in different things with different lives, different stuff like that. It's not easy. You know what I'm saying? It is possible. It is possible, but you have to put in a lot of work compared to some of the others.
It definitely so. And also that might be a reason why I feel like in NA we see more roster changes than not, right? Because sometimes you just don't have the time to get that synergy, and you hope you just mix and match and the synergy is already at a higher level. So we have some more fights breaking out. Butterfly effect in Azima driving through a minefield of players lined up on the road. It's actually Wall Street Bets taking some shots. Trick goes down. Fate is there close by. There's like 3 different squads here lined up on the ridgeline, just for the viewers at home. So a lot of chaos. So we're going to be cutting back forth a lot of different camera angles to try and catch it. Oh, as we catch a nade by Fate. Woo! That's a 2-pointer.
That's a 2-pointer indeed. Nice double nade. Fate getting caught though for the backline. It's going to have to be careful. Where's the rest of the squad? I mean, this should be an easy finish. Yeah, they're going to get finished out here. There's no way we're going to see a res from them. So nice couple points there for the side of Execute. 4 in total. So already a nice squad wipe. They do lose Trick early, but when you have 4 eliminations, it just helps you so much to where even if you don't have that best game, you still put some points on the board. But they're in a really good spot in this zone. But sometimes when you're in too good of a spot, everybody wants it. So they're going to have to definitely watch their backs.
And they caught out one team on rotation, Wall Street Bets. There was another team that they almost could have caught out. We saw Butterfly Effect just drive right by. And yeah, this is a great spot in the zone. That's why we see so many teams here already. I don't know if the viewers caught it. We showed the map for a sec, and the circle all the way up in the northwest, quite literally 50% of it is water.
Goodness gracious. I mean, it's been a while since we've seen a really thick water zone, right? Before, it was like we'd see these circles all the time at Vikendi.
Yeah.
But now it is back. And, you know, a lot of times we see this zone. Sometimes the next circle will just go right back to mainland. So that's what I'm kind of expecting to see. If it does go to more water, that's going to really make things interesting. As we start seeing some rotations come on out, and Hyper coming from the south, going up through Dobro Mesto, so they're not chilling in center circle. But, I mean, how are you going to do it with a first zone like that, right?
Yeah. And even when the circle's really far away from N Hyper, their timing on rotations get them close to center. This time around, it's just too hard of a first circle zone shift all the way in that northwest. So I'm curious to see how N Hyper plays this out. I imagine they're going to play it slow. And if they see a timing, if they see a way to cut in center like circle 3, 4, they might take it. But it's going to be tough for them as Wall Street Bets already taken now. This team has been doing pretty well this week. This zone definitely not favoring them, so they're going to have a slow start to the final day of the week.
Yes, they are. So Wall Street Bets not getting it going here. And you know what? Honestly, I'm waiting to see Slimmy get into the roster. I know that they picked him up, the good old Slimbot. That is a monster player. So I wonder if at a certain point they're going to go ahead and bring in the big guns here. That's something I would definitely look forward to seeing. We're going to see Lotus Esports get a nice elimination on the board. MEZEXIS with 3. Okay, MEZEXIS starting off strong here. Now, looking at the rest of the circle, you got YKG dead center this time. All right.
Yeah.
So YKG are dead center. It's NHyper that are going to be forced to play this edge. So we've been talking about it, right? We've been leading up to it, just saying this new aggressive NHyper, right? I think this is a good example to keep an eye on them to see just how aggressive they're going to be in the situation.
Mm-hmm.
And they're going to knock. The second we say that.
YKG is actually down to 3 already, so they lost a player very early on. And NHyper on that south side, ooh, they find probably one of the easier teams to go against, Skills of Mine. And you say, are they going to play aggressive? Well, if they get a point on Skills of Mine, I want to see that push. And look, the vehicle's already moving, and it's not looking like they're moving towards the circle. Maybe they are. I was hoping they're moving towards Skills of Mine to finish out the rest, but no, they're going to prioritize that rotation. Rin's going more central right now. The circle does pull away from the water just a little bit, centering right up onto YKG's position.
Yeah, that's a smart play. I mean, I would love to see them
wait,
go
wait, wait.
out.
They're going back out.
They're going back.
I love that. I think they went towards the center of the circle real quick just to find some info. Be like, okay, this is open. We'll play in this position next. Now let's go back out and see if we can find more points onto Skills of Mine. This is a completely different NHyper we're seeing out here.
That's a smart bet, because I was just about to say, if they go out and take this fight, there is a chance that another team, gets in front of them, and then they're going to get gate kept. So I like the fact that they say, you know what, let's just take a quick look ahead. Okay, you know what, there's nothing here. We actually can afford to go back and take this fight. So they are like a bunch of sharks in the water circling their prey, and Skills of Mind are not moving a muscle. It's like, what is it? It gets a T-Rex, right? Don't move, they can't see you.
Oh, I mean, let's hope that's how it goes, and NHyper just can't see them. But it looks like, I feel like NHyper made too much noise. This is a new kind of style they're playing, and I guess they don't know the subtleties of it, right? Skills of Mine is staying so dead still. Like, NHyper definitely gave it away that they're still there and that they're trying to camp them. So I'm not too surprised, right? NHyper, that's not usually their style. We've seen other teams camp teams, and you just would have no idea that they're still there. NHyper maybe a little bit too antsy, trying to look for an opening right there, gives away. And YKG holding this city down somewhat. There's like 2 teams here, but they pick up a point onto the side of MEZEXIS. MEZEXIS down to just the 2.
I think that's a great shot right there. That's the perfect way to explain it, because NHyper, yeah, like even them, right, a very experienced team, they're playing a new strategy that we haven't seen from them in a while. And of course, they're not going to have it down 100%. So you're right. You can see the end, like them just kind of anxiously driving, like, all right, what do we do here, and hopefully we could just see that develop here as time goes on. It's a sight to see, guys. I mean, I kid you not, this could be the difference maker. This could be the moment where we see NHyper level up as a squad, because they're trying new things. They're doing something different. We haven't seen them do something like this in a long, long while. So they're starting to adapt. So they're downloading the update. They're downloading.
Yeah. If they're going to learn anything from this play right here, is that if they're going to camp a team out in the blue, they can't get too close, right? I believe maybe Kind is another player in a really great position, but a little bit too close so that the enemy can hear the audio of the car, and then they hear the call. But patience still works out. Unfortunately for CH, he's the guy that was told, like, hey, go run out there. I think he might be gone. We haven't heard anything. Because you see the other players, they don't leave the house whatsoever. So he was quite literally the sacrifice to run out to see if they're still being camped. Well, they got their answer. They are indeed. And I better pick up one more point. And it might just only see like 1 point. They waste a lot of time. But if you do these type of plays over the course of a tournament, right, those 1 points stack up.
Remind me of just being like a little kid, and just sending out your little brother to go turn off the light in the hallway. You know what I'm saying? Like, hey, just go turn it off real quick and then come on back, And unfortunately, he ended up getting bit by Kindness right there. So, I mean, heck, better to sacrifice one player than all 3. But regardless, Skills of Mind, they're in huge trouble. I think NHyper, with this next zone, they do have a little bit of time, and the great thing is that it's Vikendi. Vikendi, there's so much terrain, so many hills, trees, that there's cover everywhere. So I think they realized that. That's why they wanted to, burn a little bit more time, try to pick up a couple points. But they're actually doing it as a split, because I think it was yeah, just GK first holding them off now as the rest of the team has moved into the next zone.
Yeah, I haven't seen this done by NHyper or many other teams at all. Leaving one player in the blue, that's a lot of confidence in knowing that, you know, your team has a 3-man can make it into the circle and be okay if they get in a fight, and vice versa. You can leave GK first behind and he'll know when to disengage, when to come help, when, like, how to play that potential 1v2.
Speaking of 1v2, right? Let's see how BULUC CHABTAN is going to do it with a whole entire squad. They do have one elimination with Illusion, Extreme Slayers. Look at the difference, right? BULUC CHABTAN playing this very tight, but Extreme Slayers have all the sight lines in the world. Remix, gonna make it rain. Oh, that nade, just barely missing Meyer. But I don't think they okay, they do know where it's from. So they spotted Remix, they heard the footsteps.
Yeah.
They're gonna go ahead and retreat into that complex there. Remix gonna try to thread one through the window. Oh, wow, tapped them all up. Pretty good.
That's a lot of splash damage right there. He's going to continue throwing them in. Extreme Slayers, they are at a disadvantage as far as manpower goes, so Remix really wanting to find an opening before they call the rest of the push. Hoya just waiting for the go-ahead, the knock, the signal to get aggressive. He's going to get pushed instead. Nice smokes to block out his vision. So BULUC deciding to go aggressive. I like this, but Hoya, such an experienced player, you can't just run at him even if you have 4. He's going to find 1, and the rest of the team should be crunching in onto BULUC right here. Yeah, Remix finds confirmation. Hoya playing it so well right now, just so defensive.
Just buy time. That's all you got to do is buy time. Wait for the rest of your team to come and help you out. And Hyuya mounting a phenomenal defense there. Honestly, I love that play from BULUC CHABTAN. Yeah, it didn't work out, right? But they recognized that Hyuya was split by himself. So they said, hey, let's send it 4v1. At the end of the day, Hyuya just mounted the perfect defense with that DBS. Didn't make a crazy commit. Waited for the rest of this team, and it worked out. He does go down, though. So, but the rest of BULUC CHABTAN that is still up, yeah, they're not going to be able to get that confirmed. And all they're doing right now is letting Extreme Slayers get this reset off. And Poppy Sour trying to buy some time himself, throwing a whole bunch of utility down the stairs. The thing is, there's only 1 minute left on the clock, and all these teams need to get going.
Yep, Blue Zone's closing in here. Fight needs to finish. Ooh, that nade's gonna maybe get him knocked to the play zone. Sends him down to 1 HP. Yeah, he does go down to the play zone now. There's only one up, Pappy Sour, and he has no meds. He's just going to die to play zone. Deny the point, maybe. He runs out. Hyuya finds it. Now they got to keep going. Zone is closing in, and they made a lot of noise. So whichever team's closest to them on the edge of zone should be looking to gatekeep them.
Oh, boy. All right, well, let's see how Excuse is going to do on gatekeeping the Nomads. 412 Nomads going to start making that push. Chronic's going to throw out a nice nade there. Try to buy some time. It does miss the mark, but Matt catches one. The DBS coming out strong. They said they nerfed it, but it's still the gun to have in the close quarters combat.
Push is still continuing in. 412 trying to find anything they can. They managed to, I think, find maybe one player of Excuse right there. Excuse down to a 3-man. Now they got to keep going, and now they're going to get gate kept by another team ahead of them. The other team being NHyper. NHyper sitting right in front. Looks like Remix or Robert GG, the last player up for Extreme Slayers now. Now the zone pops up, and we got some water in it. We're on the edge. Execute in a great spot right there to control the whole southern side. We are laying it in from the outside of the zone.
Well, the question is, which team do you think is going to win the match? A lot of different decisions here as we start to see NHyper getting into it, putting up some more eliminations on the board. And they do have one player knocked, but it looks like they should be able to get the res on Decoy. And let's see how this will finish out. This next zone looking really good for Execute. Fate is on his lonesome, though. Guarding against Skills of Mind. He's got to play this one careful, but super lazy reflex with 3 players up, looking to gatekeep NHyper and try to get into this next circle.
This is going to be a tough one for NHyper. They got a lot of teams to press through. NHyper up to 6 eliminations already, though. And I think this is great. When NHyper don't get the zone, they typically don't get as many, or when they do get the zone, they don't get as many eliminations because they just sit still. But when they're on the move, when they have to push in, you can see they could do it as well. 6 elimination points. One of their players did get knocked. Koi needing a fast revive here. They're against a 3-man team of SLR. And who do we think will win? Well, Execute, they might only have 3, but they're in a great spot. If they play this right, looks like everyone thinks they might be the ones to take this chicken dinner.
Yes, sir, indeed. Kindness going to start making the push, though. I mean, we did count out NHyper, but they have the full squad up. They are, you know, snaking their way through this next zone. YKG, a dominant force, 5 eliminations, but Urban Combat is not the easiest, and they're getting picked apart little by little, losing a couple players here and there. Let's see how they make it out, as Butterfly Effect is going to go out here. 7 squads remaining.
Seeing Hyper crashing into this compound too, so they're gonna want to try and play the edge of zone right here. MEZEXIS find themselves in a tight sandwich all of a sudden. Ren trying to get that heal off, and NHyper, that's a great spot for them. I think all NHyper is really trying to do is keep 4 alive and play it from the next circle shift. So that's a great position to be in. They just need to worry about YKG and MEZEXIS.
Let's see right now as NHyper's on top of the roof looking to get some more information. They're right at the edge of the circle. They're right on top of YKG, MEZEXIS. All it takes is a good couple of knocks, but I think right now they're just trying to buy some time and wait for the blue zone to push them out of these buildings.
Fate did get knocked in the elimination feed, but I think he will be picked up. Yeah, so Fate does a great job of gatekeeping the 2 players with skills in mind. So Execute still with 3, still with a great spot. And Hyper trying to find some openings, and the nade is good. They get one. The hero player underneath them in the compound. Hopefully they get a clean elimination here, not even a knock onto their side, because if they do get knocked, YKG is close behind Crow. Oh my god, look at that spot. I don't know if NHyper is going to know that there's a little corner for him to play in. And it looks like they do. GK first. He throws a nade there. He knows. That's some experience right there.
That blue zone was so close to him. If it was a space heater, it would have burned him. But you know what? That nade perfectly laced. Wow. NHyper busting out the heat-seeking missiles right here and now punishing YKG.
I really didn't think NHyper would keep all 4 up going into the next zone across the road, but they are making it work. Execute, they really need to try and mount a strong gatekeep somehow, like some type of spoiler, weaken them down, because otherwise NHyper might just be the ones to take this win.
Well, it might be Lotus that takes this win, because Lotus is the only team in this zone, and we might just see a battle between these 2 squads. What a hard shift. Execute gonna have to find a way to get into this next one. There's only 20 seconds on the clock, and Hyper has a lot of vehicles. The problem is Lotus is playing this, I think, a little bit too quiet. They need to get aggressive and force teams to push away from them. They don't want them to just come into the zone for free. But here and that now, yeah, here come the shots.
Yeah, both teams need to put out a lot of pressure onto NHyper to try and throw them the other way. It looks like Lotus will be the one successful. Yeah, Execute, I feel like they were playing too passive there. If they put up more pressure, NHyper would have been forced to go north. But good nade by Tensa to start things out. This is a huge disadvantage fight for both teams, though, as the blue zone is closing in. Neither team next to this circle. Lotus needs to get aggressive now. They did the job, take a third party, everything. Tensa's got to move because the blue zone's creeping in. He tries to readjust. They're still not in the zone. Kill Switch is in the zone, but he's taking heavy fire from the side of NHyper, and it is a hustle right now. Kindness trying to get in the car. Slow down just for a second. He's in the car, but can't they get into the zone?
Full sending it around, and here we go with the crash right on the Lotus. 2v1 situation, and it looks like Fishy is mounting a heck of a defense. The pre-fire should be good here, but he can't get it done. Rin, 1 HP survives.
Huge. That was huge for Ren right there. He's in the zone as well. Now we're in a 3-way standoff. Execute playing that perfectly. It looked dicey, but Execute don't lose a single member.
No way.
Ren cooking in the blue zone. He's not in the zone.
Nope, he's out. He's out. The Blues, Papa Blue, just too vicious. And Lotus, playing it so passive, have opened up the door for Execute to take an easy chicken dinner here.
It might be easy, but it's still 1 person up. We've seen 1v3s. We've seen Execute, you know, mess up on the execution, so to say, but this one should be a free win for them. Well, looks like Jared's going to get the revive. I don't think Execute could follow the elimination feed fast enough to know that it's a 3v1. They might think it's a 3v2 still, so they're playing it a little bit more carefully, which I like to see.
Kill switch.
Kill switch.
Uh-oh. That fall could be it. Like, I cannot stress enough. That fall is horrible. There's no way he's getting back up, and he's out of the zone. So now it's basically a 2v2. Are you kidding me?
I mean, is he out of this? I think he's in the zone, but he just can't do anything from there. If he's got nades, he could do something. Maybe
it's fake that's out of the zone. It's fake that's out. Yeah.
Maybe Killswitch could fire off some shots to just purely distract. I mean, we'll see, but it comes down to the two on the high ground. 2v2. Jera, he's got the nade.
Killswitch is kicking himself.
Vision. Tensa, he's going to eat that nade a little bit. No, Tensa's good. And Killswitch, he's tossing things up there. He's trying to do whatever he can from the low ground. There's Killswitch's nade a little bit too far away to land correctly. And boy, oh boy, this 2v2 Jukes. He's got nothing left. He has no nades left.
Just looking at the sky. This is the first time I think we've seen this, where a player, just due to a little unforced error, is completely out of the fight. A 3v2 situation turned into a 2v2 purely because he slipped and fell. Help, I've fallen, and I cannot get up. Where is Killswitch's life alert?
This was actually a 3v1 because one of Lotus's members were knocked. So from a 3v1 to a 2v2 for the chicken dinner, it is something. Tensa's only got a level 1 best too. He's not gonna be able to eat too much damage from sprays. They gotta be careful. This zone is all the way down. It's gonna go shrink into the middle, and I think both teams are on the edge. Neither team with firm control of the center.
This is gonna go either way.
Wait, did Fate fall down too?
Oh, Fate fell!
What?
No!
How?
No way! This is the... Oh, wait, no, he's going to center of zone. He's going in center of zone to try and heal.
Is that center? That doesn't look like center.
I don't know, but we'll see what the play is. Is Gara and Betty take out the only player on top. What is the strategy? Killswitch is going to go out to blue zone. Unbelievable! Unbelievable! Lotus win the chicken dinner. Oh my gosh. I don't even know what else to say about that. That is gonna be a brutal one to break down, folks. That's tough. That is tough. I know 7 to Cameron. Hey, maybe take some calming treats. You know what I'm saying? Something, because that is wild. Wild. Zute's silent, and I don't blame him.
Like, The thing is, okay, it might seem like I'm just like about to rip on Execute, but what I'm so conflicted about though. Great job to Lotus, by the way. They found the zones, they worked it out, they played it in. They had a lot of eliminations, okay? So it's not like they were gifted the zone and just had a free win. They were racking up points, they were hitting the shots. And Lotus, one of the teams that have yet to really pop off. They've just been kind of doing okay. This might be the day for them, so keep an eye on Lotus. But the story here for, I think, you know, the audience and us is, how did Execute mess that up? Well, I'm not going to talk about that. I'm going to talk about how Execute managed to pull off really good holds and defenses when N-Hyper was pushing them. I'm surprised Execute didn't lose their 3 players, or at least lose 1 player out of the 3. So I was like, that was really good, but ultimately they mess up the easiest execution in the late game.
Hey, give a round of applause for Zute to try to make the best out of that situation, right? Wow. Let's go ahead and take it to the highlights. I don't even want to say nothing.
coming. Hot Jukes. Possibly one of the biggest throws that we have seen here in PMPL NA ever from Execute by being able to. Well, let me know. By the way, use that hashtag PMPL NA if that's one of the biggest throws that we have seen. You don't agree with that?
I don't. It wasn't a throw because it's not like they had a huge advantage in that fight anyway. It was going to be a bit of work with like the flat ground, zero cover. It could have easily gone Lotus's way otherwise, but that was one of the biggest unforced errors that we've seen. The first time, fine. You know what? It's understandable. I probably would have done it myself. We rarely ever see coastline endings on any map, much less Vikendi. So knowing the intricacies of all those cliff edges on where you can fall and where you can stay up and all that, like, I get it, that's fine. But for it to happen twice, it's like, hey bro, come over here and see what I found. Like, no, it's the comms would have been, hey, I fell, don't come over to where I just was. But
reminds me of that little clip from Happy Feet where the little penguin has to distract himself to fall. Fate probably just looking the wrong way. He's like, oh no, I fell. What happened there? But you know what? Let's look at the match ranking because some teams actually they perform really well when it comes down to elims. And LOTUS Esports, that's one team that I'm thinking of right away. 13 eliminations. The way they were able to do that too. They were able to third-party fights between Canadian Eagles, Butterfly Effect, and then when they were actually able to take control of the North, they fended off SLR Freeman pushing towards them. So great job, LOTUS Esports. Yeah, I was saying we were so focused, or at least I was so focused on Hyper's push in through the more urban area of that map, of that ending section, that I looked up and I'm like, whoa, Lotus have 13 elims? I mean, yeah, you're right, because there was a bunch of fighting up there on the north side. This was an incredibly difficult team to try and figure out, a very difficult round for any team to figure out a sort of macro strategy going into this because of the amount of water and the fact that it's kind of urban, but like only half urban. It was like you're either playing in the city, which is his own situation, or you're playing where there was very little cover outside of that, close to the water. So really, this was just a round of fragging through what was in front of you. And both these teams, Lotus and Hyper, you can see in their eliminations, they did that very well. They definitely did, and I think one team that I'm going to be looking at here as well, YKG, continuing on their consistency that we have seen out of them, always kind of maintaining themselves here within the first page, within the top 5, 9 total points for them. And I'm actually surprised to see MEZEXIS Esports here because we really haven't gotten a chance to see much out of this team. Good to see that they're coming back, or at least starting strong here today with those 7 points. Second screen. By the way, Stream Slayers, you know what? Starting out today with 4 points. You love to see that, and what you don't love to see is PASSIONFRUIT Esports, Cam, which is a big old donut. Yeah, not a great round for them, which is, and again, this is what I'm talking about. Like, they had a really great day yesterday. Is it going to maintain through today? Like a donut, a 0 point. I'm still going to call it out as an anomaly, even if yesterday was a peak and wasn't going to stay consistent. I'm sure that they're going to be doing better than getting 0 points right now, but they're going to have to go into the next map, which I believe is Erangel, to try and get that one done. But there's just a lot of weird rotations on this map. Not too shocked that we have a bunch of teams here with not more than 2 points total. Yeah, and with the first circle that we got, so much water. Exactly. I think I'm surprised when I asked every single player, which was your favorite map? They said Vikendi. I'm like, oh, why? They so many awful circles to start off with, and I think that's why we were so impressed with what Hyper was able to do, because they decided to gatekeep. I think it was skills of mine at 1 point, and then they decided to push a very big way. But you know what? I'm hearing that the next match is ready, so let's send it to Hot Jukes and Sute, because I can't wait to hear a little bit more of how big of a throw that was from X.
Not a throw.
All right, not a throw. One of the biggest unforced errors. Tomato, in my opinion. Cameron said, the intricacies of the coastline. I get it, I understand. But you know what? Ice is wet. Ice is slippery. You know what I'm saying? You just saw one of your homies slip and fall.
I got one for you, Jukes. Not a throw, just a little bit of a slip up.
There you go.
Just well, not a throw, just a slip up.
I love it. Unbelievable. I mean, wow. Okay, that's all I'm gonna say about it. Like, literally, your 3v2, your execute, just run up, push, pre-fire, should be GG. But you know what? sit back and relax. Sit back and relax.
Yeah,
You know what?
I still want to say though, everything before that execute played that so well. I like the harder things to pull off. Execute did it.
Yes, that's right. I agree.
Yeah.
I agree. The hardest things for them to pull off, they did it. And the easy layup was missed. And you know what? I will say the shame about that last game, you know, is more the fact that overshadowed LOTUS's performance. Because they got a crazy amount of eliminations.
They got true.
They got, you know, blessed, and they got a good solid circle there, which is, you know, fortunate for them, but everybody gets one every now and then. But the fact that they did it with so many eliminations is huge. And look at this, right? They were rocket launched all the way up to 5th place, so they're in a solid position now. They're not playing this match, but they're going to be playing the rest here today. I think they're going to be hyped.
Yeah, really good job, LOTUS. Then that's Vikendi for you, right? Vikendi, sometimes you could set up a team really well as long as they play it correctly, and LOTUS definitely played it to their strengths right there. But we're on Erangel now, and a lot of drops where there's a lot of fighting. I think we've lost 2 players already. Yeah, we've already lost 2, and Hyper actually getting both of those 2 players. Okay, so what we saw last game out of Hyper Jukes, they rarely are forced to play from the edge end, right? Like, they're just so good at rotating that that's just what they do. As Qwerty here tries to spin off a 1v2. He might be able to do it. Backup's coming, though. Qwerty's just got to stall. He's only got a pistol, and he's stalling really well. All Street Bets versus Skills of Mind.
And the M16, I don't know where his ammunition is. I think he has something, but Trixie Boy forced to switch away. Oh,
the pistol knock.
He's John Wicking them. He's John Wicking them. Oh, my goodness. Oh, he's out of ammo. The pre-fire machete, throw it. Qwerty goes down. Bomba with the pump shotgun. Trying to make it happen.
Oh, no.
Can't do it. Oh! Wall Street Bets. Absolutely shredded. Oh my gosh, Trixie's still alive. 1v1.
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 24 bullets.
Go
Gotta
for the
make
point.
it count.
Go
Both
for the game.
players. One shot.
Got him.
Shotgun.
Oh, Trixie Boy! With the okie doke. He goes, gets a quick little thirst, jump shot, wins it. I kid you not. Why do we see this every time, right? The last player up for Skills of Mine, it's
Trixie.
always Trixie.
It's always Trixie, man. Hey, he gets the job done, and he just got the job done right there. That was a fun fight. I wish we had more of those, right? Where it's like shotgun, barely any armor, and maybe 1 or 2 players have a UMP or pistol knock.
That was beautiful. That was so nice, right? It's good to see some interesting action there off the rip. Unfortunate for Wall Street Bets, but you know, hey, those are one of those plays where it just can go either way, right? Who hits their shots, who makes it happen, and you know, of course, you got to give it up to Skills of Mind for doing it, and honestly, Trixie, right, for clutching right when he needed to.
Yeah, Trixie's usually last one up, but you know, when he's last up, his teammates are far away. They're knocking first already. This time around, you know, see what happens if Skills of Mine, they're just like more close together. They're playing together as a team. If Trixie's there and you're knocked, and there's someone he can, you know, finish off, knock back, try and get the revive, get the reset, you can do it. Good job to Trixie.
Good job indeed. Let's see how the team will fare for the rest of the match. Hopefully that kind of gives them a little bit of life, right? And hopefully this won't be another, what I like what Cameron said, right? A flash of the pan of heat from Skills of Mine. I want to see that fire continue to burn as we look at 24K busting out his motorcycle skills on the drive, trying to find a rotation. MEZEXIS looking to take some shots at BOPE on their way over, and it looks like they do catch Fuego.
Yeah, they blew up the car. That's a quick knock, and this is going to be an even quicker push, it looks like. Everyone sending it in. Oh, that slows things down, and I think that might have just ruined the whole entire timing of it. Just that fraction of a couple of seconds. Yeah, they need to give this one up now. This is one of those situations where the right play was the right play a second ago, but then you need to have the maturity to call it off. We'll see what happens as MEZEXIS, they're engaged in this now.
Oh, the bank is open as Nycrox catches Baton, and let's see how the rest of, a nice little knock off the tree too. That's a good one. just happens to barely miss. But now MEZEXIS, they do have this hill line. This is really good when it comes to a fight against this particular complex. They have the advantage positionally. But some nice knocks from BOPE are making it hard. That nade onto Everest was critical. Oh, this off angle is huge.
We already got a knock onto Nycrox too, though, so MEZEXIS have managed to slow down BOPE just a little. It's not just MEZEXIS eating all the damage. They get the reset onto the initial player, Baton, who was knocked, and now they could try and get another one. What BOPE really needs to do is once they get that revive, I think, in my opinion, if they can't get another easy opening with a nade, reposition. Because right now, they're letting MEZEXIS control everything, and they're relying on MEZEXIS to make a mistake.
Oh, and they did right there by letting Everest get knocked. I think that if they noticed Ophelia was on that off angle, they should have just went and 3v1'd him in the open, and then it would be a 4v3. But instead, they're allowing Skyline to get the 1v1. Luckily for them, MEZEXIS,
he wins it, yeah.
Yeah, they do. He does win it. So now BOPE's in a little bit of trouble. They have to press this off the knock. Smoke's coming out. Not good enough. They're going to get the third, so now it's a 3v3.
3v3. Could go either way. Both teams repositioning onto each other. But Tiny just picks up a 1v2 with the UMP. This man gets the third one as well.
This man's cracked. This man is cracked. Baton, I'm telling you, he is the man for MEZEXIS.
Yeah, we call it like on day oh, Extreme Slayers with the third party. Nicely timed. I like this a lot. They're pulling up. And MEZEXIS as well. I don't think Baton can manage a 1v4. Extreme Slayers will pick up these points most likely without losing a player. This is a top tier team that doesn't usually mess up when it comes to these close range fights.
And here comes Extreme Slayers with a beautiful third party. And this is what we're talking about, right? Those fights, if they take too long, you know the third party's coming. And fortunately for MEZEXIS, they learned the hard way.
Nicely done by Extreme Slayers. It's unfortunate I wasn't able to see on the mini-map, right, how far away they were, like, when they started hearing the commotion. And so you can't, you know, highlight that enough. A lot of these teams, we talk about third party, like, is good. But a lot of teams just don't know how to like find the third party. So if Extreme Slayers was far away and they managed to sniff that out, that's great job to them for doing their homework on knowing the positions of teams off drop.
Beautifully done. Next zone is going to be, it looks like we could get a Pachiki finish. We could get a Pachiki finish. Come on, I want to see it. I want to see it. It's been so long since we've seen a Pachiki finish. And I'm currently looking at the chat after that last game as it just went live, and oh my gosh, that's all I'm going to say about that. Moving on, let's take a look here at YKG. Will they make the right decision as they battle and Hyper most likely here? This is a huge battle coming up.
That is a big one. They are on top of each other in Hyper versus YKG close range, obviously favoring YKG. Yep. Definitely favoring YKG now as they got two knocks onto in Hyper. Oh man, it just goes to show when YKG is up as 4 and you're fighting them like 4v4 how strong YKG is, and that's why it's even more impressive sometimes when YKG gets stopped. We always point it out. It's like, and this team just stopped YKG in a 4v4, right? So strong as a team.
Wow. Absolute insanity. I mean, it's crazy to see, right? YKG, I think, are definitely, when it comes to fights like that, the superior gunners. So, and Hyper, I think, are just so much more tactile and can find situations. But when it comes to just a straight-up gunfight, right now, I think YKG is definitely the dominant force in the lobby. I will say, I think Extreme Slayers can give them a run for their money in the right position.
Have we seen an Extreme Slayers versus YKG, like a 4v4?
We haven't, but I really want to see that battle because with how Remix has been playing, I think it could be close.
Remix just can't be the first to get knocked, though. Because I think if Remix gets knocked, like one of the first to get knocked in that 4v4, I think it's almost done for. And it's not because the rest of his team isn't pulling weight. Like, the rest of his team is good. But you're going to need Remix against the YKG in a 4v4 for sure.
Yeah, 100%. 100%. You got to bring the big guns against these squads. And meanwhile, you know, Ace of Spades. Ace of Spades. There's one of those teams I talked about at the top of the show. You know, like Ace of Spades, BOPE. those squads that, you know, have those signs of life, but it's those consistency issues that really kind of really seem to knock them. Right now, they're rocking a very weird. Like, what do you think about their position overall?
I think that split's not bad earlier in the game, but it's still kind of early. Honestly, it's not a bad split. The sight lines are there, and the players are positioned like in a spot where it's like downhill enough that if a team were to go uphill on them, they can't really see them unless if they poke their heads really far over.
Maybe they were possibly trying to camp out a vehicle rotation. That's what it looks like for me.
That's a classic vehicle rotation camp, and it almost worked. They put some really nice shots into Extreme Slayers. No locks though. But now you need to watch out. It looks like Extreme Slayers from that mini map feed. They're trying to reposition in a way to take the fight and to punish that split. Looks like a player did go down. Might have been an Extreme Slayers player that went down, and Ace of Spades will pick up one.
Ooh, all right. Nice play from Ace of Spades. And honestly, if you're going to take out a team like Extreme Slayers, this is the time to do it. Vehicle rotations, taking them out of a vehicle is a lot easier than having to take them out in a gunfight.
Yeah, it was it was Puppeteers that took out a player of Extreme Slayers, actually. So that's wow. Puppeteers always finding those angles in third parties.
Let's see what YKG can do as they're heading on the edge of the circle. Back to edge play for them. Meanwhile, let's take a look at their push all the way up through Pachiki. YKG trying to catch BULUC CHABTAN out of a vehicle and not able to hit the marks.
He managed to land one shot, which is already impressive enough with a mini at that range on a moving vehicle. Extreme Slayers really getting cut down, and his Puppeteers chasing them down, it looks like, from the elimination feed. So Extreme Slayers down to 2 players already? Yeah, just down to 2 players, and this is Puppeteers just following behind them, trying to get more points. Dong might be knocked. Yeah, Dong is knocked. They should be able to get that revive. Blue Zone isn't doing too much damage just yet.
Not doing too much damage just yet. This is only circle number 3. Circle 3 chunks a little bit. It's zone 5 that really just starts to punish you. Dong! Oh, down to almost 1 HP. Are they going to be able to get the res off? It's going to be close. It looks like they will. Yeah, I think they did get it off because I don't see him going down in the feed. This is over here by that Gatka side of the map. And Extreme Slayers going to go to try to pick up their teammate and get on to the next side of the map. Wow, nice shot.
I like this a lot out of Extreme Slayers. 90% of other teams in this lobby, when they're down to 2, what do, Jukes? They just rotate away and go into the zone. They're like, oh, we're down to 2, we're against four players, let's just try and hide in the zone. Extreme Slayers, they assess the situation, they see, hey, we're down 2, but we're in a position where we could still try and fight this and pick up 1, and they do.
Let's see where the zone's gonna go. K19 big chilling on Potato Hill right now. That's a good spot for them. Meanwhile, we got Butterfly Effect just south of school and Hyper in their tried and true position. Every time I see it, Hyper right there, I get flashbacks to them versus Alpha 7.
That's the first thing that came across my mind as well. I'm glad they're still playing that position and gravitate towards it, right? Because the more you play a single spot on the map, the more you learn about the intricacies and dynamics of how a fight might unfold, depending on the circle shifts towards the late game. Unfortunately for them, they're down to 2. So I think they're just looking to try and stay alive, mount a defense, maybe pick up a couple points here and there as far as eliminations are concerned.
Let's see. As you can see, Butterfly Effect going to be dead center and Hyper in a very good position still. K19 are going to have that high ground off Potato Hill. Yeah, they're most likely going to have to move into the next zone, but they are in a good position to gatekeep squads, possibly rotating on in. It looks like we do have a battle, though, as we see YKG, Chico in the dead center getting knocked. Meanwhile, PASSIONFRUIT getting into it with Butterfly Effect going on the feed. That's a heck of a fight happening right now, and it looks like we're seeing players from both sides go down.
It's already done. PASSIONFRUITs are eliminated. They're not in this lobby anymore with only 2 points. Fights finish and start so quickly right now. And Hyper caught in a little bit of a sandwich here. Super lazy reflex rotated right in front of them. I like that decision by SLR. This compound was occupied, but they take the better position. YKG and K19 on the hilltop. HH pulling it off for the team, down to literally like almost no HP. Tokido's still up as well. A BULUC coming in for a third-party attempt.
And here they go, trying to get the crazy runovers, crazy taxi coming in hot. HH24 getting knocked in with all this action. K19 not able to do it. They did mount a heck of a defense against, you know, the top squad in the lobby, YKG, but it's those back-to-back fights that can always catch you slipping. And BULUC CHABTAN did a great job of taking advantage of it. Meanwhile, PUPPETEERs, speed fire. Going out in just a flash, just like that. Dong with the MG3. You know this guy's ready to go for the rest of the match.
Oh man, PUPPETEERs, every time camera's on them, I think they're one of the better consistent teams. They're just always picking up points, making it to the mid to late game. They don't always cross it to that, you know, finish line ending, but man, I always feel like I see them and they have at least 4 to 5 eliminations.
PUPPETEERs consistent in that regard, that is for sure. They're one of those teams, they're my sleeper squad of this tournament, PUPPETEERs is. You know, like sometimes we see some teams be so consistent at the top, but then we have a team that's in like, can get in that 4th, 5th place position, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And then all they need is just one
huge game.
One good couple games, you know? And then it's like all of a sudden you see them all the way at the top and winning the whole tournament. So PUPPETEERs, I think, is a squad a lot of teams need to keep their eye on. It's not something you just want to just be like, oh, you know what? We don't have to worry about them. I think you definitely do.
Yeah, they could gun. They're definitely able to gun, picking up all these eliminations. Close range, mid-range, long range. They're picking all the points up every single game that they can. So that's great to see out of the PUPPETEER squad. Next circle is about to shift. A lot of teams on the outskirts of the circle kind of trapped on top of each other, especially in that position right there on the northwestern side. So many teams gone already, though, Jugs. Look at how empty this map is.
Wow. Empty indeed. And let's see where we're going to go. We're going to go to that empty space right there. Oh, and we do, baby. All right. So this is going to be a very interesting finish. This is a nice sloping hill. There's some trees that they can definitely be played. Some car walls are going to need to be made up. Rin, last player up in Hyper as Super Lazy Reflex. They understand when they have the man advantage, and they're going to take full effect of it. Take it out in Hyper right there.
Skills of Mine trying to get involved here, but a little bit too slow maybe. As quickly Super Lazy Reflex turns their attention to the northern side, gets a knock. More teams, more players rotating in on that western side. Super Lazy Reflex needs to find a way out of this quickly. They do have the zone really close to them, but that's probably not the spot that they want to chill in. There's better spots more uphill. But it looks like PUPPETEERs are already moving ahead of them and setting up those positions.
Yes, they are. And yeah, Skills of Mind, they are out of this next zone, but they are keeping an eye on SLR. I don't see any vehicles to their name, so it's going to be tough for Skills of Mind to try and rotate away. Maybe they have them parked in that garage behind them.
Yeah.
Because there's only 2 players up, so I think right now they're just trying to see if they can catch. I don't understand this peak. Actually, I don't understand this peak at all, because even if they get that knock, there's no way they're running across in the open, right? I think they just need to get vehicles and move. I think that's the only play.
Yeah, I agree. But sometimes you're just feeling it, and you feel like you're going to hit the shots better. Sometimes, yeah, that's how it is. Like,
it's true.
At the highest levels, if you really look into it, if you want to really be nitpicky, you'll see a lot of top-tier players peak things that are like, they don't need to peak that. Why are they peaking that? But it's because they're just better, and they will peak that and win the fight. And that's how some of those players, you know, always get, you know, all the praise, and like they're always putting up their numbers. And honestly, you know, especially when it comes to shooters, you need to just have that confidence that you're just better sometimes.
Absolutely, indeed. Sometimes you just gotta feel it. You gotta feel it. And Skills of Mind, right? We saw some eliminations in the last match. I think now that we see some here, maybe they're starting to feel that gun skill, you know. And meanwhile, we got PUPPETEERs up on top. 5 eliminations. Looking to add some more on the board, as they are now in a great position to keep an eye on SLR. And SLR, White Elegy, their IGL, trying to find a new spot. And Extreme Slayers was just waiting for him.
I love that patience out of Robert. He made sure once the vehicle stopped for him to get up, especially when it stopped in front of his teammate. So they're not making too much noise because they are down to 2. They hear all the chaos around them, so they're going to play it slow, maybe pick up more points. PUPPETEERs did lose that IGL, but They're still doing well with the rest of the 3. And oh wait, it wasn't Puppeteers that lost player. Puppeteers, it looks like they still have 4. One of them gets knocked. Puppeteers up 7 eliminations.
That was the question for this match, was which team will have the most eliminations. I see Dong with 3 and an MG3. Easy pick for me. And we can see him just all on the run right now. He's in that buggy, hunting, looking for some more squads. Next zone about to pop. Where is it gonna go? You got Extreme Slayers, and not in a bad spot, but they have a lot of players that they've already lost, so they're down to just 2. But it is Robert and Hayuya. You know, both those guys could definitely get something done. But here comes Puppeteers on the push. Dong getting a little excited. Yeah, he pushed a little bit too far up. He's gonna go ahead and return and wait for the rest of his squad.
Yeah, definitely using that buggy as a scouting maneuver, trying to bait out shots. Puppeteers, however, or not Puppeteers, Extreme Slayers, they're going to play very quiet. They're going to wait until like they get completely pulled up on or shooting. And look at that.
Wow, what a shot.
Beautifully done. I mean, that's how Puppeteers get so many elimination points every game that we see almost. It's just they're long range, mid range, close range. They're good at it all.
Yep. Just picking up points here and there. So I was talking about that sleeper team. Once they start firing on all cylinders, they get a good couple rounds, couple good zones, and they're going to put some big points on the board. Let's see how they decide to finish this off. Those Robert playing it very, very quietly. I think Puppeteers had to see him. No, they didn't. Robert stands up, takes advantage of it. Dong coming now on the side, but Robert is going to take one of their players completely out just like that.
Yeah, Extreme players playing this so well. With only 2, you have to pick your fights very accordingly. Even that means baiting out your teammate, right? Huyuya did go down because the other player swung by Robert, but I think that was the correct play for sure. Now it's up to Robert to really clutch it up since his position is revealed.
Dong has 4 nades, and he can use them. I think that is within range, especially now him being on that high ground. He almost got naded himself, so he's got to be careful, but he said, you know what? Who needs nades when I got to have 4? Takes out Robert. He wanted to do it the hard way. And Dong currently leading with 5 eliminations.
That was a really good clutch by Dong right there. He was not in a good position whatsoever, but he manages to win that one. Taking a look at the northern side, ace of spades, 1 player knocked, trying to hold back Butterfly Effect with the zone as well. So I don't think Butterfly Effect is looking to get too aggressive here. Puppeteers might be able to reset to 2 also. So Dong winning that fight allows not just for the clutch elimination point and the position, but a teammate to revive too. So now with 2 players up, Puppeteers could still win this. I mean, they're against potential 4-man squads, but they're in a good position where most of it's cleared out and they could just kind of play a little bit slower, wait for these other big teams to fight each other.
That's right. Take your time. Patience is a virtue. And, you know, in PUBG Mobile Competitive, you have to know when to take the fight and when to play it nice and quiet. But you can just see Dong and crew just shimming, waiting to get into some more action because they are hot right now. There's only 2 of the players up, but with Dong with 5 elims and how many they have so far, they are dominating. Now it's time to just finish strong. Next zone about to pop. Every single team playing this so spread out because there's just no cover, right? You're trying to go ahead and get some car walls, trying to hang out by the closest rock. This sloping hill, definitely difficult terrain to navigate.
Next zone, about to come out. Dong throwing out some more smoke, some more nades. They have so much util from all the eliminations they picked up. So if you got it, throw it. Yeah, and next zone comes up. It is within Puppeteer's position, so Puppeteers, luckily for them, don't have to move too much. That does mean Canadian Eagles on that eastern side will have to scooch in just a little bit, and the 2 teams in the north will have to probably engage with each other just a little bit more before either of them can make it into the circle.
Puppeteers kind of in the mid area of this sloping hill. BULUC CHABTAN all the way at the top with the most high ground. So they are just playing it slow. And I think that's what's going to happen here. It's crazy how this is still zone 7. But with this terrain, I do not blame them. So right now, BULUC throwing some smokes, just trying to buy some time and wait for the end game. And this is a tough one because those snakes in the grass are deadly. I think that's why we're seeing so many players so hesitant here.
Mm-hmm. Also, this area of the map, with the way the hill just keeps sloping all the way around, you take like 3 extra steps, and then all of a sudden you're open to the angle across the way. But 3 steps further back, the hill just slopes enough where, you know, you're safe. So teams are definitely, you know, need to move up slowly but surely, make sure they're not exposing themselves to enemy sight lines. And that's where the smokes come in, the grass proning comes in. There's a lot to consider when the battlefield is so wide open.
This is where a lot of that game sense comes into play. Like, Drago knows that rock, that buggy, gotta be somebody there.
Yeah.
Catches Poppy Sour slipping. Might catch another. He spotted something.
Yeah.
Pre-fires, or maybe he just pre-fired the bush.
It was the bush right there.
Yep, he saw it. He said, you know what? There's probably a player right here, and go for it. I'll tell you what, these blind shots, some people are being like, how did he see me? They know. They know you can only be in so many places. Might as well pre-fire it. You catch a hit marker, you're good to go.
Yep. Zone is pushing in. Gunfire 360 all around. How many players can make it in? Teams are definitely losing players. Dong hitting more shots right there. Not able to get the confirmation, but it doesn't matter. I think he'll be able to pick up the point still. Yep. Dong picks up a point, and Canadian Eagle picks up a point, and BULUC CHABTAN bows out of this round.
12 eliminations. Dog with a huge performance.
Oh my
7
God,
to himself. And now Quinn. Are you kidding me? Absolutely shredding Butterfly Effect.
That double spray down right there. And Quinn, he's like, I want these points. He knows he has an opportunity to run downhill in the open right now to try and put out some pressure, try and get this native.
By the way, Quinn, I know that player picture. That looks a lot like good old Steve-O from Wall Street Bets back in the day. So Quinn making some plays here on the Canadian Eagles roster. Let's see how he's able to finish it off. Meanwhile, Puppeteers, 2 players up, acting like they're a full squad. Dong ain't messing around.
Puppeteers could win this. They've just been playing this so well. Canadian Eagles, the next team that they really need to be careful about. Canadian Eagles may have 3 up, but Quinn is far away and separated. He's in charge of holding down the southern side against Butterfly Effect, and he's doing a great job. He single-handedly is taking down a 3-man team from his aggressiveness after that two-player knock.
Quinn buying some time. Baby Tank does find a crate. What does he end up getting out of it? Oh, looks like he did just get some nice level 3 gear and an elimination onto D. Here comes another one onto Kubi. Baby Tank with the laser vision. And that's Butterfly Effect out of there. Top 3 situation. Canadian Eagles with the most players, but oh wow, play zone. Taking down Rise is brutal. It's just Dong, but he's got an MG3. And he's also Dong.
Yep. And he's also Dong. Looks like the player in the middle of the zone, SLR, playing so quiet, long, gets taken out. Now it's all up to Dong in a 1v3 situation.
He wins these. He wins these.
It's gonna be hard. Look at the spread Canadian Eagles already has.
But he's Dong. But he's Dong. He said, spread, no worry. I'm taking him out. Baby Tang in an off angle. Oh, blue zone though. Blue zone's too brutal. He's trying to get some shots on the back line. Barely covering the tree. Gets one. He catches Quinn.
He does catch Quinn.
Not able to take out the rest though. Beautifully done from both teams. Huge elimination points. And crazy to see so many coming from them. Regardless though, Canadian Eagles, a big chicken dinner from them.
Yeah, this is great to see. First we have Lotus, and now we have Canadian Eagles coming in, and dang, that's a good finish. Only 7 eliminations, but hey, you take what you can get, and on the last day of the week, if you're getting any chicken dinners, you should be grateful.
Woo, we got Dong and Long there. Dong with most eliminations with 7. Long from SLR with grenade eliminations with 1. And the highest damage going to Puppeteers. Crazy to see there, you know. And overall, you got to give it up to Quinny. Beautifully done. But regardless, man, a great finish from so many of these squads. That sloping hill is always difficult. Let's go ahead and take it on over to the highlights so we can see the desk break it down after that.
Canadian Eagles drinking that Monster Energy, our official energy drink partner. By the way, Canadian Eagles, congratulations. You guys definitely got the win. But Dong and Puppeteers, with the amount of elims that they were able to get, Cam, we were kind of second guessing it when we picked them, but I'm okay with my pick now.
Yeah, so the prediction challenge for this round was who would be with the most eliminations, and Seven and I both picked independently Puppeteers. We were talking about it is like none of those teams when it was around phase 5, when it was centering up around that hillside, no one was really in the middle at that point because there's nothing to play in the middle. Neither of us were confident on any team to be in a dominant position to guarantee all those eliminations. It's just the fact that Puppeteers already had 5, giving them that lead going into it. And they were continuing to rack those eliminations up. Dong continuing to put those numbers up, and even though they ended up second, they still win the round in overall points because of that 5 elimination lead over Canadian Eagles.
Yeah, Don definitely came in huge there for his team being able to, although I feel like he did end up getting a little bit shy. I think we were both screaming at our monitor there towards the end when he decided not to peek and start taking shots toward Canadian. But you know what? Can't be mad at him. He ended up with 7 elims. Butterfly effect, though, ended up with 10 points total. And super lazy reflex. The more I start seeing this team, the more I start noticing that they actually keep running into Hyper quite often. And this time, they got lucky because they were able to clear off 2 players from Hyper and actually win that engagement, which is cute. It's huge. And then Stream Slayer's there with 6 points.
Yep. Skills of Mind also with 6, which doesn't look amazing on paper. It's okay, but the fact that they got more in one round than they gotten on average each individual day previously, we're gonna let's approach this with a positive mindset and say they're adjusting, they're adapting, and hopefully this will be the start of a new Skills of Mind going forward into phase 2. Here's the bottom half, and Hyper, another rough round for PASSIONFRUIT. But I do just want to say, overall, what we've seen for the first 2 rounds so far is it's looking like teams are starting to go a little more active in the early game. And I wonder if that has to do with this being the final day of phase 1, where if you want to have a big run up the standings, you got to go for some big moves, and that could, be inspiring some of these teams to go a bit more aggressive earlier on. But also, you can't discount the fact that we've seen some terrain where the circles have gone that is not very inviting towards holding a lot of different teams. So, we don't want to, I'm not going to commit to that being the reason why we're seeing some early game action, but I'm going to keep my eyes open for the next couple of rounds where if that is the case, it'll only speed up.
Yeah, we really haven't gotten any really, really good circle towards the end, right, where we're able to see some great finishes between those 2 teams. But overall, I feel like Stream Slayers, I really enjoyed the third party that they were able to do on MEZEXIS towards the end. They were able to go in there quickly, get those elims, and then get out as soon as possible. K19 actually was able to defend really well against YKG on Potato Hill, but ultimately the fight took a little bit too long for BULUC CHABTAN to win that party. So third party was pretty much the main theme of this Erangel. And we're talking about Puppeteers earlier. I actually want to take a look at their player stats because I want to see how dominant was Dom for this team. Because even though he didn't end up getting the most damage, Rise actually ended up getting the most damage.
That's interesting. That's actually very interesting.
Tell me why.
Well, because Rise is getting all this damage in, is unable to convert a lot of that damage to eliminations or really even knockouts, because the knockouts are tied between Rise and Dong. So he's outputting the damage, but again, at the very end of the day, though, as far as what actually counts as a score, it's eliminations. And Dong is still by far and away leading the pack here. And so in the conversation that we've been having, we were having this in spring and we're still having this now of Puppeteers kind of just being the Dong show. It's still looking that way. The other teams are like slowly starting to heat things up. But no matter how well Dong is playing, that's going to be a limiting factor for how well Puppeteers can perform in the tournament. They're gonna heading into this round, they were 6th place. They're probably going to be up in I'm gonna say they're gonna be 4th place at this point, maybe just barely 5th. I think that's gonna be the cap if this is the way that things are going, if it's only Dong really putting up major numbers consistently.
Yeah, and to be fair with Puppeteers, Liu Jiang has actually been able to perform a little bit, not to the likes of what we've seen out of Dong, but it's not just in a way the Dong show, right? It's not just him putting up those big numbers. I think Liu Jiang ends up with 21 elims so far, where Dong has 31 for the whole tournament. So it's good to see at least somebody from that team is starting to step up.
Like, they're there.
Yeah,
But the
and
gap,
by the way,
there's still a gap.
Rice is able to still put up that damage, and even though he wasn't able to convert it, he might have been able to make some of those players switch it up or just change the rotation a little bit, or just enough to the point where it allowed Dong to get that elim.
Yeah, exactly. You know, we'd have to go back and review how Puppeteers played that map specifically, try and look at the VOD to really confirm. It's possible that a lot of that damage was onto targets that Dong was just the one who was getting the finishing blows on it. It's quite possible that that is the case. This was just one round, so we're not going to look too much into it. All I'm recognizing is that every single time Dong's elims numbers seem to be like there's a gap between him and everyone else.
Oh, 100%. I'm with you there. It is. He's still being able to outperform everybody in his team. At least one player, you know, trying to keep up with him is good. I want to start seeing some of the other players too convert that damage into those illnesses, because ultimately that's what counts. That's what everybody wants to be able to see. And going back towards BULUC CHABTAN, I actually enjoy BULUC CHABTAN's third party towards K19. I thought it was really smart. I thought it allowed them to actually put themselves in a position where they were going to be able to take a fight. What I didn't appreciate out of BULUC CHABTAN is how they decided to push with just one player towards Puppeteer, and then we saw Puppeteer take advantage of that, and that's when Puppeteer actually gained more of an advantage in regards to holding that outer area and holding that southwest part of the circle.
Yeah, correct me if I'm wrong, but I do think that, again, talking about who we were predicting on to get the most eliminations, both of us were eyeing up BULUC CHABTAN because of their position at the top of the hill on the south side. They had that the height advantage there, being able to peek over on that terrain. On that push onto Puppeteers, I actually think that it obviously it was never planned to be a one-person push, but I think that they were fully intended to have a multi-individual push, but the timings were just slightly off, so Puppeteers were able to take advantage of that individual as if it was a single-player push. And so even if the call is great, a team's chemistry needs to be so locked in, and the timings need to be perfect. The spacing needs to be perfect to not allow for any sort of hole in an approach like that.
Yeah, and I think that's when we'll give some teams a bit of a break, right? It is phase one. Some of these teams might still have those roster changes that are still getting adjusted to the synergy. I mean, we even heard Trick at the beginning of the show in the interview that we were able to do with him. He was saying it takes a little bit of time. He's one of those players that doesn't take a lot of time to get adjusted to his teams, but it's always going to take at least a little bit of time to get down with that synergy, to know what the other teammate is going to be doing as well. Nonetheless, though, I'm happy with the way that finished. I'm happy that Puppeteers is putting up those numbers. I'm happy that Canadian Eagles, I know Jason probably watching this is going to be jumping around and saying, yes, Canadian Eagles, you finally decided to show up again. And I can't wait to see which is the next team that's going to be stepping up in the next round. So Hot Duke Sute, take it away.
And we are back heading into Miramar this time, ladies and gentlemen. And man, Puppeteers put up a show. Canadian Eagles putting up a show. All the teams showing out today. Let's see which team's going to show out on Miramar, Jukes.
Let's see, indeed. We got a nice little southern plane path here. I'm still praying that we get that prison finish one of these days. I'm going to keep saying it until I see it. But looking so far, plane path looks nice. Trident 2 down south. This is honestly one of the most unfortunate ones, in my opinion, because it just completely destroys squads that like to go in that San Martin, even El Pozo area. So these teams are now going to have to decide those secondary drop locations. They got to watch out for when they're hunting down those vehicles, because a lot of teams are going to stretch, try to get some vehicles and move to where they want to go. But every time we see that happen, it's really easy to get into an engagement you don't want to be in.
Yeah, and we already see one about to happen potentially on that northeastern side. Both teams trying to drop for cars, go to that northern half of the map where more of the city is, where more of the loot is, which is why these southern plane paths are so dangerous. And there's already a hot drop going on in one of the city. Looks like it's Ace of Spades and another squad, but the circle is going to be hard south. We've seen a hard south circle already on Miramar, so teams should be a little bit more familiar with how to rotate in on this. And Ace of Spades and the Lotus getting into fight. Wall Street Bets and K19 also in that elimination feed just for a second. So we'll see what happens here. K19 getting cut down. And now we're back to Lotus. Fetty with the shotgun. Holding still, not making a noise, and the drop down. A Mumbai is good.
Beautifully done right there. That pump shotgun, definitely a solid weapon to have early on in the game. Garrett with the UMP about to pre-fire this. He's going for it, trying to get a couple little tidbits here and there. Gets the reload, gotta watch his back. door just to make things that much more difficult. And he's in a 2v1 situation, but he's doing really good. He catches Kiddo.
This is back and forth. Lotus
No way.
on the run.
No
The
way.
Flying jump out. Mumbai. His pull. He shoots him right out of the sky. Switching to that mini. Lotus still has 2 ace of spades. Well, they have only 1 player knocked, and they should be able to get that revive and be good. But looking at the feed, looking at the right-hand side, K19 Jukes is down to 1. Wall Street Bets lost a player fighting against K19. It is fights all around the map. So that second drop is going to be on top of it.
Yes, it is. So we're seeing battles all over the place. And we can see Jiwoon trying to find some angles. Let's see right now. He's got that R45 and a Winchester. So, wow. I mean, talk about being underlooted. There was nothing he could do, and he knew it.
Ooh.
Oh, the BM.
I don't know what that's about, but K19 receiving a little bit more shade right there with the BM shots. K19 only picking up 1 point there. Wall Street Bets looking good with 4. Loses 1 player early on. But this is a great to rotate. Oh.
All right. Well, let's see what Jiwoon right now is on the move. Meanwhile, we see YKG with the push. All right. So YKG just trying to find a nice little rotation spot to find in this next map. Meanwhile, we're seeing adjustments happen all over the place. The southern zone is always difficult because it's crazy that, you know, we've seen it so often these days. You know, teams have to be used to it by now. And one team in particular that I think that really, number one, is trying to get a big leg up on this kind of circle, it's Execute. And I think for multiple reasons. One, because they've played this circle so many times, they've seen it happen. 2, they're coming off one of the most ridiculous losses they've ever had, so they obviously got to make it up. So hopefully, I want to see Execute come out with a chicken dinner never seen before. Like a chicken dinner with like 20 eliminations and saying, you know what, that last one, we just did it for, it just happened, all right? It just happened, forget about it, watch us frag out. So hopefully we see a nice bounce back performance. They had an entire game off to just talk to each other, you know, figure out what went wrong, maybe put on some grippy shoes for the next match, but they don't got to worry about that here because there's not very much ice in Miramar. There's nothing but sand. So hopefully we'll see them perform well. A couple teams that we've seen performing really well lately. Obviously, Puppeteers. They're going to be all the way up in the north over by Cruz del Valle. So they're going to have a pretty long rotation on in.
Yep.
And it's going to have to be through Passionfruit, Excuse, and Hyper possibly as well. I also like to see it Hyper being very proactive and getting pretty quick on this rotation too.
Yeah, this is a zone and Hyper is definitely going to want to take advantage of. A lot of high ground to be had in that southern zone. You mentioned Puppeteers having to rotate through a lot of teams. Well, Puppeteers that last game, they just fought from the edge all the way in. So this is a team that can manage to pull that off. One team called out that I realized we haven't really talked about yet today, and we talked about a lot, was Passionfruits.
Yes.
Where have they been?
Passionfruit. Yeah, where have they been? That's my question. What do you think about them so far, Zoo?
I think, I don't know. We just haven't seen much of them. Obviously, they haven't been playing as well as yesterday. Because yesterday, they were popping off. They were on, even if they didn't make it into the late game, they were like popping off with early game fights and getting points. But I think today, it's just kind of falling flat.
Yeah, they don't seem to have that same kind of drive that they did yesterday. Zuko, wow! That's how you do a rotation in style with the Golden Marauder. Only one in the entire map, and they have it. Okay, meanwhile, let's see Valak get this nade. This is going to be on the Puppeteers. Puppeteers absolutely red hot after the last match, and Passionfruit, unfortunate for them, yeah, kind of, we're in a 1v1 situation for a little bit, but the rest of the team is now here to take advantage, and oh, Lujiang is in big trouble.
Yeah, he's got to stall for the rest of his team, and the rest of his team just a little bit further away still. Can he hold it? Can he stall? No, Passionfruit is just too fast with it. And while we were questioning Passionfruits, well, they're starting off a little bit better right now with that 1 point. He might pick up more here. Once the PASSIONFRUIT gets aggressive on this, because Puppeteers are in a terrible position right now in the blue zone. And that blue zone might just take him down if he's in it for long enough.
Rise does get caught. Wow, reckless there. Dog with the mini does get a nice little return knock on his 6-list. And Zuko afraid to get into that buggy because he doesn't want to get caught out as well, because he knows if I get knocked here, I am going to get thirsted. Dong going to make the rotation in the truck and did a great job of just buying his team a little bit of time.
Just a little bit. We'll get the revive. Blue Jane gets completely thirsted, however. So Puppeteers down to 3. PASSIONFRUIT's picking up 1. And I don't think either of these teams really care about the circle, just because it's all the way down south. And with that being circle 1 only, we still have no idea where it's going to really go. So they're just going to take their time, make sure they can pick up whatever points they can on the outside, and then move in.
I don't blame him. I don't blame him. You know, hey, you know, this is what's good about Miramar, especially in the early game, is you can't afford to get into some engagements safely, right? If you have a nice little mid-range play, you can kind of get some back and forths. And if it doesn't work out, you just eject and go to the next spot. And that next spot might just be Los Leones, baby. I asked for it before for that urban combat finish, and this is looking pretty likely.
Yeah, it seems to gravitate toward the city a lot so far this week. I think Los Leones has been like almost in the zone every time, except that we haven't ended in the thick of Los Leones. Yesterday, we ended a match to the west of Los Leones, so it was close enough, but not in the thick urban environment of the city and buildings. We'll see what this game brings to us as more teams still fighting each other in the blue zone on that northern side. That's what happens when you get such a southern circle. And also with such a southern plane path, these teams are taking longer to loot because they got to drive all the way up there to begin with.
Yes, they do. Yes, they do. They got to get on that move. Miramar, the place where gas cans are a necessity in your bag. You can see the NOMADS rocking the bus. Not the best vehicle you want on a rotation, but hey, better than using the good old, you know, the good old foot patrol. And meanwhile, we're going to see Excuse doing a very similar rotation on in. Los Leones is, for the most part, still wide open. So, I mean, teams could definitely, they could take their time on this rotation. I think a lot of squads realize that because it's such a huge city. There's so many different angles that you can attack, so many different buildings you can crash on. That's why I think we're seeing teams be, you know, just a little bit more, I guess, lethargic with this rotation.
Yeah, well, it might also just be because rotate from north to south right now, given the fact that, you know, that one roadway, there's been constant filing PASSIONFRUITs. We saw Excuse there. We saw, you know, Puppeteers. So a lot of teams are just having a tough time going into the zone to begin with because there's just a lot of hiccups in terms of running into other teams. But the teams that are here that have made that rotation, well, Los Leones is starting to get pretty packed, Jukes.
Yes, it is. And Hyper's already there. BOPE, Speedfire, Wall Street Bet, Skills of Mine, Execute as well. YKG, way out by Chumacerra, so they're not having any kind of urgency in getting into this next zone. I think they're happy to play the edge and wait to see which teams are going to make a mistake and maybe catch a third party on the way in. Meanwhile, PASSIONFRUIT going on the top of the circle by La Bendita. They do have their entire squad up. They have one elimination. You can see it right now on the map. And PASSIONFRUIT, I think with this particular zone, I think this is a huge opportunity for PASSIONFRUIT because they're, what, 16th place, 82 points. One good game. If they could finish with a good, like, chicken dinner here, they could rocket launch themselves all the way up to 8th place.
Yeah, the point is so packed tight right there in the middle of the pack, and even near towards the top end, it's pretty packed. Simply because the top 3 teams have been soaking up all the points, and everyone else is just being, you know, pressed into each other as far as point differential goes. Excuse making a little bit of a pit stop, quite literally, to heal from all the blue zone damage before they continue on their rotations.
That's crazy how big those point sponges have been because, I mean, you're going to go down all the way to, like, 4-1-2 NOMADS. Like, to only the 2 bottom teams are the ones that are really super far behind. Even 4-1-2 with a good, you know, game now and for the rest of the day, we could see them in that top position at any moment. So let's see how Execute could try to defend their spot here. They do lose Kill Switch and Trick early, so
Yeah.
down to 2 players. This early rotation in a Los Leones is just not paying off for them.
Oh, I don't think we got to see what happened, but they have 4 points so far, so definitely getting into a fight.
Well, there isn't a cliff where they're at, so they're good.
Oh god,
So it must
too
have been
soon.
must have
Too
been a
soon.
fight.
Yeah, they didn't let those 2 players just slipping off the side of a cliff this time. That's true.
There are some tall buildings though, so I wouldn't put it past them.
PASSIONFRUIT's doing some scouting on their backside. Make sure it's completely clear. Gets shot up just a little bit. Is it Spades against 4-1-2 Nomads, 1-for-1 trade, but I don't think Mamba is going to be able to get revived here. And Ace of Spades still has 3 up. They could look to maybe find an angle. They have all the high ground, but there's so many ridges here that it might not even be possible. But he finds the nade. Binky Bay. Is Ace of Spades going to get a little more aggressive now? We'll see. Blue Zone is closing in, though, so they can kind of wait this out and force 4-1-2 Nomads into them.
Some of these hills can be so difficult to hit nades on because it really has to land perfectly, and that would happen to be a perfect little valley. Ace of Spades threading the needle, getting a nice nade in. Now 4-1-2 is in big trouble here with the zone starting to creep up. It's only circle 3, so it's not going to hurt too bad. They should have plenty of time to try and make a comeback, but with the terrain the way it is, their options on where to go are pretty limited. Yeah, they're going to have to go back into the blue zone and rotate the long way.
Oh, man. The northern rotations down south have been so difficult. Teams are just constantly running into each other. So
nice ejection though, right? For 4-1-2.
Yeah.
They make it away unscathed from relatively. So they do live to fight another day. And they're going to have this side of Los Leones wide open. That's going to be the east side, you see. They are starting to creep up towards Reckless. Uh-oh, YKG and Puppeteers look like they're about to battle it out.
On that southeastern side, we'll see where the circle shifts first, though. Are we going to get the full sense into city center?
Let's go!
Now might be a good time for it. We'll see which teams do decide to do that. Maybe in Hyper. I wouldn't be too surprised if in Hyper decide to do that because they are on the outskirts with no real strategical positioning. And YKG, well, works out for them. They have a team next to them. That's exactly where they like to be.
Yes, they do. Now, they are battling it out here on the edge. Dog looking for some more eliminations. He's got that mini. Oh my gosh! Chico said, I'll show you how to use that mini dong. Wow, beautifully shot. And here comes the push. YKG, no hesitation.
Look at how fast. All 4 players on top of each other instantly.
Instant.
Yeah. He doesn't even have time to touch his teammate for the revive.
Oh my goodness.
Now they know.
You know what?
Now they know.
You said it before, Zoo.
Uh-huh.
There's levels to this, right? There's levels to this. And YKG just showed textbook of what you're supposed to do, right? A push like that was so gorgeous. And the thing is that it had to be from the full squad at the same time instantly. Zero hesitation. YKG, their whole player base has shown just such high awareness. Hopefully they can continue to do that here as time goes on. Uh-oh, Trixie. Trying to make a play.
I like
Ooh,
it.
did they see it?
Well, I like the
They heard him.
positioning. They're both in a spot where they're not expected to be, but once you're caught and found out, you're kind of just trapped in there. And Koi, look at that!
Through the truck.
Not just through the truck, Jukes. There was a player right in front of him. The nearest threat, and Koi just, his experience, he's like, this guy, I don't need to worry about him. He's running around in there scared for his life. It's his teammate that I should be worried about taking shots back. And he just completely disregards the player right in front of him and nails a player in the back. That was some top-level performance right there.
He said, man, you know what? He's in a crate. I got nothing to worry about. I'm big chilling. And just so beautifully done. Juancho taking the same strategy here on the north side as they did lose 2 players. Kindness catches Chico. So Chico, hey, all right, maybe got a little bit too overconfident with that mini. You know what I'm saying? I'll tell you what, there's levels to it. We saw levels to pushing. There's also levels to long-range engagements. And I think best player in the lobby, gotta be Kindness, dude. This guy from downtown just doesn't miss. His sprays are ridiculous.
Yeah. Chico. Definitely not winning that one out, but they will be able to get the revive. They know that was long range enough, and with Circle about to shift.
Oh, come on, push this. I want to see Hyper just do something crazy. Oh, I wanted to see it so bad. I know they wouldn't. I know they weren't gonna, you know? I know they weren't gonna, but part of me was just like, I mean, I'm starting to question it. I'm starting to question it, right? Because we're seeing some things from Hyper that's different. So now, like before where I was like, there's 0 chance. Now I'm like, maybe there's a possibility, you know?
Yeah, maybe. I mean, if they were going to do it, they would have done it. They would have had to do it way quicker. So we'll see where the circle goes right now. And it goes down to the south. YKG will be comfortable up there on the high ground. They'll be able to see which spot in the zone is unoccupied for when it does shift off them. And with the vehicles in tow, they're just going to most likely play this high ground for another circle. And Hyper, I'm curious, they have zone. Are they going to just wait another zone to rotate more center? We'll see as the center is getting really packed full with various teams.
Well, folks, grab your popcorn, grab your Monster Energy. We're going to be here for a minute because we asked for urban combat. We're going to get it. I'm not going to be surprised if this zone goes down all the way to nothing. Meanwhile, Execute, 2 players up, now getting pushed on by a squad of BOPE. Ophelia does get knocked, so Execute, Fate and Tensa trying to mount up a defense. Can Fate hit the nades? Gonna miss the mark there. Oh, but Supra had his number.
Yeah, Supra sending one right back into Fate. BOPE doesn't know exactly how many members of Execute are up. But now, with the footsteps only being 1, Supra's feeling confident. He almost made that, you know, jump through the window. Tensa all by himself now in a 1v4 situation.
1v4 situation. Tensa knows he's in big trouble. He's guarding the stairs. That's the place where you really want to hold if you're going to try to mount up a crazy defense. But it should be only a matter of time now. So Tensa needs to find a way with these shots raining on in as a distraction to... I mean, well, with the area he's in, there's no way he's making it out without a fight. And he does get 1 knock and a third. So a little bit of a slip-up, actually a big slip-up from BOPE there.
Where was the rest of the team? He was pushing the stairs. You know when you hit those stairs, you need at least 1 to 2 teammates right behind you for the trade.
Dude, that would look like a classic they called push. He pushed thinking his team was right next to him, and they were just a little bit too far behind. Happens so often. This is what we were talking about a little bit earlier. And BOPE paying for it, but Supra finally making the jump through the window, and down goes Execute.
Yeah, that could have been bad too if Supra got knocked. I don't know how close his teammates were on the bottom floor. And Ace of Spades eating the nades. 4-1-2, NOMADS making some noise here. And just as I say that, they finish up the fight. That's Ace of Spades eliminated. 4-1-2 with 4 eliminations.
Beautifully done. YKG with 3. Wall Street Bets with 5. Okay. Wall Street Bets, I think Miramar is their best map. I really think so. Because every single time it seems that we see a little bit of sign of life from Wall Street Bets, it happens to be on Miramar. Well, let's see where they're going to how they're going to finish this one.
Oh, I thought if Draco's caught that Lotus Esports player, he zoomed in on him there. If he caught him, that would have been a knock and a finish because Lotus is down to 1. That would have been crazy. We'll see where the zone goes, though. Things might get even crazier here, Jukes.
Anywhere but bottom left. Anywhere but bottom left.
I agree. Bottom left would be very boring.
Yeah, very boring. I want to see just CQC action. Why don't we go up northeast? That'd be fun. Make YKG push in. It centers up. Centers up.
Yeah, not bad.
Well, half and half. We're going to see still some good buildings. I want to see that final zone right on the top of a good couple. Let's see. I know BOPE is happy with that one, and Hyper ain't mad at it. And if you're YKG, you're comfortable as well. So a pretty good zone shift, I think, for every single one of these teams.
Besides the team's not in zone, of course. They gotta
but even then, there's so much coverage, they should be able to get in.
That is true.
Except
you're not wrong.
Excuse.
Oh.
Yeah, except excuse. Yeah, they're in trouble.
Yeah.
They're in big trouble.
4-1-2 looking right at them right now. They're gonna wait for the blue zone to completely excuse.
Let's put it this way. This is the point, if you're Matt, this is where you just start negotiating. You know what I'm saying? Hey, guys, leave me alone. Uh-oh, Matt. Oh, he's in the truck. Did you see him?
Now he does.
He does, but it's not going to be good enough. NOMADS taking out Excuse right there. So let's go ahead and move on to... Oh, wow. Now they get caught out. So the gatekeeping coming out hot here as we are turning things up in Los Leones.
Yeah. I like that cheeky little play, hopping into the vehicle to get like a elevated kind of position. You're able to maybe peer into the smoke a little bit better, right? With that play, looking at smoke from top down just slightly. So nice little trick there. His looting speed a little bit too slow. He gets knocked. He should be able to get picked up. As we look elsewhere, BOPE on that western side should be okay. Nobody near them. They already took out the execute team that was here. So most of the teams are just going to inch a little bit closer before any real engagements start happening. We'll probably see that in the next circle.
Well, you know what? It's this circle, Zute. Which team do you think is going to make top 3, right? I think there's a lot of great options here. You got YKG with 4 up. You got Canadian Eagles in a good spot. You got NHyper, who's NHyper, right? They have 3 players up. They're at the edge of the circle, but they're going to make something. I think BOPE wouldn't even be a bad pick with their position. But, you know, consistency from BOPE is going to be the question. We'll see what everybody on the desk decided here. As we're in zone 6, and guys, I told you we're gonna be here for a minute. With every time you see an urban finish, it's gonna play it slow, and it looks like Seven and I are gonna pick Canadian Eagles. The position too strong, especially coming off of a nice win. And of course, y'all going with YKG. I can't blame you. That's a great pick as well.
I feel like YKG has the most amount of control in this zone. They have that road, you know, in their control because they have the high ground, so they could go to the west, they could go to the east of the road, they can even drive up north. There is a building that is open, and I think they could be able to spot that out from their position. So options definitely available for YKG still.
I think if it was who's gonna win the match, I think that's where I would have gone. But the thing about YKG is they know so much, they play so well. Sometimes they want to take a little additional risk, and if they get into a fight a little bit too early, there's a chance they can get their partied and taken out. We've seen it happen before, right? Where we thought they were automatic top 3, and then we see them go out in 4th place.
That was twice for me.
That was twice, yeah. But you know what? This next zone, 2 of the members from YKG are big chilling here. So let's see what Joey's going to do. He looks like he picked up that crate and is going to start heading towards the rest of the squad. Fears is trying to mount his climb up to the rest of the team. I think he has to play this a little careful. I don't see a vehicle near Fears, so maybe Fears is just stuck in the spot.
He could run up. He could definitely just run up right there. You could see the pathing right there. It's sloped enough that I'm pretty sure he could run up.
Run.
Either way, though, they're already positioned in a way to gatekeep, right? Like, they didn't see this circle come up, but they put themselves in a position where if it does pop up, they're already set, right, to gatekeep the team that's closest to them that may be a threat, and that's NHyper. Canadian Eagles, they'd have to push up like huge hillsides, so they're not too worried about them. And look, NHyper, knowing this somehow, some way, NHyper already just gives up that side, doesn't care about pushing into YKG, pushes the other way. They'll be rewarded. They catch out 2 players, and now they're gonna have to run into BOPE though.
Kind of a blind rotation there from Wall Street Bets, thinking that this was already clear. Instead, getting absolutely demolished and deleted by NHyper. Meanwhile, we're looking at some urban combat. BOPE versus Speedfire. Speedfire all the way at the bottom of the leaderboards. Need a crazy, crazy days in order to see them make something happen. Oh, now's a nice day, though, from BOPE. The high ground proving super advantageous.
I don't know if Ophelia knows just how much damage he did right there. Imagine if grenades, when they went off, you'll see the damage numbers pop out too.
Wouldn't it be nice?
That'd be cheap.
That would be so sick.
that'd be too easy. That'd be too deadly.
But you just have to guess. You have to use them instincts. You have to be like, oh, yep, that one hurt. Meanwhile, Wall Street Bets completely eliminated Ophelia, mounting up the defense. Great comms from the rest of BOPE, because now they have turned their attention on the greatest threat. You always want to clear your backs first. Clear your back, then worry about teams coming in. NHyper with this zone, it's just too brutal. Chico, wow, I'm surprised not peeking this a little bit harder. Yep, playing it a little safe. As 24K is getting rezzed. And he's gonna start doing a little ring around the rosy, trying to find some angles here.
Yeah, I don't think Chico is too comfortable peeking that with the 4X on the mini. And GK first lasered one of the players of YKG on the backside. So that was enough for Chico to take a second thought about re-peeking that. And in Hyper, they'll make it into the zone, and they'll stay alive for now. New zone is towards the south too, so they can survive a bit longer, while the teams on the northern side will have to push in just a little bit more.
And Hyper, GK first getting knocked. And the thing is that from their position, all eyes are on them. Oh, and the toes are going to get started busted up as well. So Rin's in trouble. And this is just unfortunate for Hyper. And that's the way it be. Sometimes you just pick that position where everybody is just chilling and all eyes are on you. And that, yep, Chico dunking a Molotov on the Rin, and that is Hyper out.
So many more teams about to go out as the buildings are not in zone. They're forced across this roadside, and YKG and Speedfire cutting down the opposition. We're down to just 4 teams now. Canadian Eagles still in the mix on that northeastern side, but if the zone shifts away from those buildings, which I think we're going into Circle 9, Jukes, those buildings are on the edge. The wide open middle is where the center of the circle is. This is going to be a crazy one.
Oh, yes, it is. I think it's going to go all the way down to the last second. Top 3 situation about to happen is the NOMADS are getting stuck in the blue zone. They run out in the open. Yep, as predicted, they are going to go out, and it's going to be Baby Tang. Wow, so I thought one of the players from Speedfire would pick that up, but Canadian Eagles got those eagle eyes from downtown, picking up some nice points. So Speedfire in the mix here between Canadian Eagles and YKG. The entire desk's predictions all correct, as we see YKG and Canadian Eagles in top 3. And we're starting to see Quinn try to throw some nades out from a little downtown. I think he needs to save that utility though, because I think he's going to definitely need it towards the late game.
Oh, there's going to be so many smokes too, because the center of zone has like no cover. Teams are just going to be smoking it out after they throw their util right here. Nades going back and forth, trying to find whatever opening, whatever softening up they could do before the blue zone forces them all out into the open.
Yeah, it's going to force them out, but I think they need to wait just a couple, like at least one more minute before you start throwing them, because it's best to throw them right when the blue zone is getting really, really tight. And here we go. It is starting to apply that pressure. Cesar trying to get some shots with the DBS. The CQC finds the angle, but gets caught in return. YKG taking out Speedfire. It's them versus the Canadian Eagles.
4v4. Who's going to take this one? Canadian Eagles finds the opening on to 24K, so huge advantage. Do they have any more nades to continue it? Quinn just smoke off
I love
their
the smoke.
Sideline. That is the smoke. Perfect nade, but don't forget about Fierce, Juice.
Uh-oh, Fierce.
He's the linchpin of this all. He needs to get some knocks down, but the smoke's steering way too much. Quinn, where's the knock on to Quinn? He's out in the open. Baby takes across the road. He does get cut down. Fierce doing so much work right now.
My goodness. You said he was the linchpin. He gets caught, though. The off angle's gone. So now it's all eyes up close. Go with the headshot. Goodbye, Canadian Eagles. YKG win the match, and that was a solid one. I think from both sides, so well fought. You mentioned it perfectly, Go. It was all about that off angle.
Yeah, and I love how, like, going into that ending, right? You only see Fierce there, and you might question, Fierce is in such a strong spot. Why didn't they put 2 there? But you gotta keep in mind, they had 2 members of Speedfire to deal with too, and if that team of Speedfire had 3 or 4, that was the perfect split, a 3-1, and trust in Fierce, him alone could put enough suppressive fire for them to clutch it out at the very end. YKG, just the IQ out of this team at every given point, like how they do their splits, who is where, is looking so on point. And Chico, 927 damage.
Disgusting. 7 eliminations by himself. This man absolutely popped off there. I mean, I think both of those teams have to just be happy with that performance. I mean, even Canadian Eagles, they lost that. But you know what? Sometimes you lose those positions. And Chico clutching up those shots, so huge for his team. Can't wait to see, of course, what Cameron and Seven have to say about this right after these highlights.
YKG. All right, YKG. Also, that ending right there for a second, I was like, okay, he's going to have to go. Chico, you're going to have to adjust, shoot somebody else from Canadian Eagles. But the Canadian Eagles player was like, hey, are you trying to shoot my teammate? You can shoot me too as well while you're at it. Overall, though, great performance out of YKG and great performance out of Canadian Eagles. I feel like they could have done a little bit more there on some of the fights. They were a little bit too passive, waiting for one player. I think it was from LOTUS Esports, but can't be mad at a second place finish.
Yeah, especially in an urban environment like that, where no matter how spread you are, where we saw Canadian Eagles with multiple buildings under their control, that doesn't provide you nearly as much sort of confidence and awareness of your surroundings as it does when you're out in more open terrain. So I don't actually blame them all that much. They had a good attempt there at the end, but it was Fear's position there off on the side just below that defilade that locked it in for YKG. They get 13 elimination points, 10 places more for the win, 23 points overall. These guys just don't stop winning. They are making sure that their lead is staying as far ahead as they can keep it.
And quite a surprise here, actually seeing 412 Nomads with 8 Ilims. I think that's tied for their most Ilims in one match, and I think that happened all the way back in day 1 or day 2. So good job for 412 Nomads to at least getting on the scoreboard here with those 12 points. Speedfire, another team you were mentioned when we were watching that game, Cam, you were saying, I can't believe Speedfires just had the balls to actually just run across that street. They did it, but they only ended up with just 2 Ilims.
Yeah. But again, urban environment, you're limited on what sort of engagements that you can take. Like even just looking at what was happening to BOPE Esports and Hyper, they are on that same sort of trajectory that Speedfire came from. I don't really blame them for not getting a lot of eliminations. I think that them crossing that road when they did under the cover of, they only had 1 smoke, I believe, that I saw to sort of take advantage of the timing of an N-Hyper player going down to make the way across was definitely the play. But there are times that you kind of got to choose placements over elims or vice versa. And, you know, they got up there on the placement points. The elims weren't following, which otherwise wouldn't be so bad if Speedfire wasn't already so far down on the leaderboard.
Yeah, and I'm going to be looking here at PASSIONFRUIT Esports. I feel like the Valak honeymoon, the high that we were on yesterday it's starting to fade a little bit because that is 3 matches. Luckily for them, they are going to have to sit out in the next match. So maybe they can go back a little bit more and think, okay, you know what do we need to do to finish off this phase 1 on a great note like they were doing yesterday? Because 2 points is just not going to be able to cut it. It's a team that's been struggling to get those placement points. Yeah, we know they can get those eliminations, but it hasn't happened. And I mean, thinking all the way back to yesterday, they were averaging a 6th place finish. On the first 3 days, they were averaging about an 11th place finish. And it feels like we're with PASSIONFRUIT Esports, we're kind of back to those first 3 days, Cam.
Yeah, I didn't expect the numbers to maintain what we saw yesterday. I didn't expect the drop off to be this aggressive. I don't know what to tell you. I got no guess on what the case could be. I'm gonna have to ask them, honestly.
Yeah, we'll definitely. I think Sixless is going to be getting a message from me right after this show ends. I want to see how that overall has been working out, though, because we were mentioning how close it was going into day 4. We saw a bit of a gap there, and YKG now building a gap there to win Hyper, currently in 2nd place.
32-point gap. 32 points between 1st and 2nd place. That's insane. I mean, you know, Extreme Slayers, they're still not putting up the numbers that we saw from the first couple of days. Perhaps their day off on Friday might have slowed them down from the momentum that they had built up. But you know what? They are still staying within relative comfort behind and Hyper. At this point, it's fairly locked in. Extreme Slayer is going to have a really good game on their final game of the day for them to overtake N-Hyper, I believe, especially because N-Hyper, while they're not, you know, blowing us out of the water every single time, they're playing fairly consistent right now. But Puppeteer Execute still up there. Canadian Eagles with 2 good games in a row, actually jumping up to 6th place. And now, and LOTUS Esports also up there, and Ace of Spades down in 8th. Again, talking about it, they're not even inconsistent at this point today. They're just not performing well.
Yeah, that's the thing for me with Ace of Spades. It's either a very high Elim match or they end up getting some placement points, and after that we just don't really see anything. It's an absolute roller coaster out of them. By the way, I'm so glad you mentioned Canadian Eagles, because those 2 great games that they have had, pretty much at the start of the day, they were in 11th place. Being able to jump up to the 1st stage, I'm sure they're going to be happy for that, considering that we are going to be getting those bonus points after the final match, right? So a lot of the teams are going to be keeping in mind that. I'm going to be looking here at Super Lazy Reflex, and I'm also going to be looking at something that we were kind of hinting at, which is PASSIONFRUIT Esports. With the performance that they have had today, they've fallen off from where they were at the start of the day, which was in 12th place. they're currently nowhere to be seen here.
Wait, they're on page 3?
Yep.
That's okay.
Actually,
well, while we're yeah, wow.
points for the
Okay,
day.
17th. But no, okay. Admittedly, it is so close between where they are in 83rd place and everyone else above them. So one good game, their final game of the day. If they perform well, they can jump up there and get back, maybe in the close to the double digits, and get more bonus points for themselves. What I want to look at is K19. Day 3, really good. We were talking coming into day 4. We were talking about them and Execute both having really good days to slingshot themselves back up. Execute have been maintaining that level.
Yep.
But K19 is nowhere to be found up there in the second tier, you know, looking past the top 3, which again are well far and away ahead of everyone else. K19 are back down to like 13th place themselves.
Hopefully they'll end up waking up here at some point, right? I mean, we do have Sanhok. We have the madness of Sanhok, which I'm pretty sure PASSIONFRUIT Esports is going to be so happy that they're not going to be playing Sanhok, because that is one of the worst performing maps. But I'm intrigued to see how some of the other teams are going to be taking advantage of that, because nobody's been challenging PASSIONFRUIT Esports when they end up landing on that northwest island. I can't wait to see what's going to happen. Jukes, Tute, take it away. Let's see what happens in Sanhok.
It's time to heat things up a bit. Let's go straight to Sanhok, where carnage ensues. Okay, this is the map. This is the map for those teams that need to put up some serious points. This is their chance, right? This is the chance where all they need is a good zone, good position, and we could see those 15 elimination chicken dinners. It's going to be, you know, easier said than, of course, done. But you know what? This is a chance. This is a chance that I think teams really need to capitalize on it.
Yeah, and taking a look at the most eliminations, Kindness, Remix, and 30. What was it? 38K? No, wait, that's how many eliminations he has. 24K.
Wow.
They're just constantly up there between those 3 players, just putting in so much damage. 24K, yeah, most eliminations with 38K or 38 eliminations. Sheesh.
That's wild. That's crazy. You know what the crazy part too is to see YKG's top player in 3rd place and being so dominant overall.
Yeah.
Just goes to show how well the team is working together, right? How spread out those eliminations are. It's pretty wild to see. Now, look at this Sanhok match. Look at the congestion, right? Players all over the place. We're seeing YKG back here in a Sanhok match. So, since, of course, those good old Canadian Eagles are sitting out, I think that's why we're seeing, you know, Butterfly Effect getting Paradise for free.
And Wall Street Bets, I believe, not here either. So they're not hot dropping on Excuse and Painon. So this is the first time we've seen a Sanhok with nobody getting hot drop. But that doesn't mean there's going to be more teams and players going into the later stages of the game, which might cause even more chaos. And with this first circle, Jukes, this circle is so boring, to say the least, because it's just like smack dab right there on like everything. We're going to see a lot of players and teams into maybe even circle 3 or 4.
Yes, indeed. So let's take a look here at what decisions these teams are going to make. You know, fortunately for, you know, PASSIONFRUIT, they're not sitting in this match, right? They're not playing in this one. And we've seen them go to that northwestern island. And this is another Sanhok match where the zone doesn't go there.
Yep.
So I remember you were talking about it yesterday, right? How you wanted to see them switch drop locations. Of course, we're not going to see that here now. But, you know, not seeing the zone go in that direction,
They
I think
switched
that's a
drop
sign.
locations. They switched it to not even being in the map.
All right, yeah, that's right. Yeah, they say, you know what? Well, you know what? If it doesn't go, we're not even gonna be in. You're not gonna play it. I like it.
Yeah, we struggle so much on this map.
The largest rotation, right?
We're just not even gonna be in it.
I love it. I love it. Extreme Slayers over by Ruins. They're gonna be looting up, getting ready for where this next zone could go. I mean, it could hard shift to pretty much almost any island.
Yeah.
But for the most part, I think a lot of teams are going to try to stick to that mainland area. I love Puppeteers, their activeness in this situation to kind of take that hill right above boot camp.
Oh yeah, you gotta be quick with that one.
And try to see if they can catch SLR slipping.
If they're any slower, SLR is going to get on top of it and pretty much cut off their rotations completely. So,
True.
Puppeteers, always putting themselves, like, even if they're edging, they're always putting themselves in positions to potentially pick up eliminations. I feel like this is a team that they don't necessarily prioritize rotations when they don't have the zone. They kind of prioritize it in a way where it's like, which side of the circle can we go in so that if there is a team there, we can get the most advantages in terms of engaging in a fight. And while on Sanhok, it might be only one average elim, but you can sure bet your butt that on other maps, that average elim number is way higher.
100%. So my question is this. When it comes to Puppeteers, we break it down a lot of the top teams, right?
Yeah.
Puppeteers is one I think we haven't really dived on too much. What do you feel, from your opinion, your experience here, playing this game as a professional player, watching as a caster, what do you feel Puppeteers needs to work on the most? If you were to just to guess, I know you can't hear their comms, anything like that, but just from watching them play.
That is a very tough question. I feel like
it is.
I feel like they're, from the recent matches, right, and from just how they're doing right now, time together, as in like the trajectory is right. Their philosophy as a team, like they've developed their style. They already know what kind of, how they want to play the match, because there's so many different ways to, play the game. I feel like they have it all nailed down correctly, and they just need more time together to synergize and really, mesh it well. They almost come off to me as kind of like a YKG, except just less experience together and less experience overall.
I think I have to agree with you here. I think Dong is obviously a shining star. I think his awareness is definitely very keen. He has a great understanding of the game, of when to take fights, angles, body positioning. I think when we see the rest of the team have that same level of sharpness, and guys, I'm talking about at this high level, we're talking difference of like half a second,
Yeah.
Like, it's crazy to talk about, but that's how small the difference is. But in this level, it is huge. So I think once the entire team kind of gets to that same, that same brain and like that synergy, like you mentioned, that development, oh man, this is going to be a force to be reckoned with type of squad. I really hope that this team stays together, because so far they work so well. I think it's just dialing in the little tweaks here and there.
Yeah, Puppeteers, definitely a great team, and I don't think we've ever called them out on making like a fundamental, like crucial mistake, right? Like, oh, why did they do this? They should have done that. I think they've been, making their decisions and everything pretty well, and it just comes down to the minute details where they sometimes slip up and fall. Ace of Spades on your screen right now, taking fight with K19. This is all the way on the eastern side. So K19 trying to hold a gatekeep some sort. HH getting that knock, getting the point as well. He is isolated now, but I don't think Ace of Spades is going to try and push this one 3v1.
Yeah, then we look at a team like Ace of Spades, like fundamentally just a little too spread out here and there, losing a player where they maybe not should have done so. And okay, they recognize HH4 is spread out here, so they realize that he's split. So now Ace is going to come to try and even things. HH knows, oh my gosh, they're coming for me. He's going to back it up over the broken wall, try to throw some nades or just buy some time for his squad to cover him. He has to watch out, though. If he gets naded, it's over.
Oh, self-nade.
Oh, my goodness.
It happens, I guess, sometimes.
It does happen.
And yeah, so Ace of Spades making a fundamental mistake. There's two compounds, one here and then one across the road. If you're going to go to the first one, you send 3 into the first one to clear it out, not 1. So now they're on the back foot, just completely at a man disadvantage, and now they're sitting 2 down.
Question, what do you think Kiddo's doing?
Kiddo's like, I told you guys this was not a good idea.
You can see him looking for some cheeky angles, but he's just not in a position to support. HH24 does get mollied by his own teammate.
Oh my god. Clown Fiesta out here.
Kiddo on top of that rock, there's only a couple angles he can actually cover. So K19, once they hear those shots and recognize where he's at, they should be able to finish this fight pretty easily. And I think right now they're taking their sweet time, and it's just way too long. This battle is way too long. If there was another team nearby, they're third-partying this.
Yeah, it's messy all around.
Kiddo.
Nice off angle by Taquito there. Now it's a 4v1. They're probably suspecting the revive's already gone out, so it's a 4v2, and yeah, it is done. HH, I don't think has any meds. He hasn't healed up yet, but it should be a clean finish. Both players have ace stuck in one spot. Pushing out by yourself. Look how he was out there standing alone for so long.
Wow.
That could have been bad, but
You're right.
yeah,
Real bad.
a lot of could have been bads. This is just synergy at its like lowest on both teams. Just fragmented plays here and there, and that's a very evident, you know, stark contrast to the higher level teams where you just won't see that.
Yeah, it just takes time, right, to really understand your teammates' movements. You have to almost, like, after so many years or time playing together, you know, you start to get a pretty good feel of how they're going to push, how they're going to hold angles, how Supra is going to be able to hit these shots. Let's see if he's able to do some work against Butterfly. Like, the jump shot's coming out, but the rest of the team from BOPE a little too far away. And Butterfly, I bet you're going to take care of that split all day long. Fuego! Fuego! Oh, a little undercooked.
Waddick finds one though. Gets the confirmation onto Supra. Butterfly effect with the man advantage. They're kind of sandwiched in, but it should be okay unless if Fuego does some bagel things, and he does. He gets one with the DBS in an instant trade. Nice cover right there by Exotic.
Ophelia, definitely, I think the anchor for the squad, gun skill wise, putting some pressure onto Exotico to 224. And this is a close one. It is a close one. It is a 2v2 situation. Jason trying to catch an angle and not able to do so. And Ophelia goes down. Nightcrocs understands it. He is going for the push, doing the jump punches, but it ain't going to be able to take his team to victory. His Butterfly effect getting the better of BOPE there.
Yeah, it did come at a cost though. 2 players down when they're this far out of zone, and it's still pretty early in Sanhok. That's really gonna dampen their ability to play the rest of the game. Here we see YKG on the north side working together as a 4-man, moving further down south. The circle has just pretty much been centering right up each circle.
Let's see as we are waiting for this circle to start closing. 23 seconds left on the clock. People gotta start moving here. Tons of congestion in the center of the map. You got Excuse, Execute, Skills of Mind, Speedfire. Tons of teams there. YKG on the outskirts. Gonna have to push through MEZEXIS and K19. Even if you're YKG, this is gonna be a tough rotation on in.
Tough indeed. Long, peeking the long angles here. Trying to find something. More so just info. He knows that even if he gets a knock here, very rarely would it ever be converted into an actual point. You're just trying to keep sight lines of things, trying to figure out which team is playing where, because that would be crucial info heading into the later stages of the game.
Absolutely. You can see Puppeteers happy to hold this edge. Happy to hold it. Not looking to get into any crazy action just yet. Just looking to buy some time, wait for the next zone.
Oh, full send rotation.
Get some info. Oh, yeah. Full send rotation on in. Not scared to battle
Joey
at all. Joey absolutely beaming SLR. Oh, nice little defense though. Fears has to make a play. Oh, he's stuck in the closet. Easy wipe. Full commitment from YKG. Maybe not the easiest of wipes, but still, right? Getting it done and having plenty of time to get these reses off.
That was just raw gun skill right there out of YKG. Any other team crashing in like that would have been done for. K19 on the other side of things continuing to press in. They're up to 6 eliminations right now and looking to get more, getting shot in the back by a different third-party team, and they will be able to press this one in, but they also lose 2 players, and I don't think they got any of the elimination points. They still only have 6.
Wild to see. K19 down to 2 players, and 4-1-2 Nomads licking their wounds, getting these reses off, getting ready for the rest of the match. They have 3 eliminations so far, so a good game from them. And they are in a pretty good spot in this next circle. Execute really lining themselves up in a great position So I want to see how you can see it right there, dead center of the map. YKG from all the way up at the edge, dead center after a very risky push, but it pays off.
Yeah. And Joey got the opening in that crash too. There was like 4 different windows that he could have been shot from, and his reaction timing, his mechanics, just he wins that. And I think that was the crucial opening YKG needed. And then they managed to get the reset up to 3-2. They might have been able to reset to 4, which would be absolutely insane. But they get the next circle, that circle shift, pretty much coming up to the northern side of it.
Up to the northern side, indeed. As we take a look at the calm before the storm, it's always Circle 5. Circle 5 in Sanhok is where we see half the lobby just get erased. So YKG taking their time in the center position. Another team, a little quiet, right? But this could start heating things up is Extreme Slayers. Extreme Slayers here. They're playing that outer edge. They're going to have to push through 4-1-2 and execute. It is a hard one to do, but if anyone's going to do it, it's them.
Extreme Slayers have a tough task ahead of them. Fighting from the edges of the map and on Sanhok is way more difficult than any other map. You have so much less to room with, and just any rock or, you know, tree in front of you could be a potential hiding spot for the enemy player.
Head on a swivel, 100% here in the Sanhok match. You got to watch out for those snakes in the grass. They will slither and they will bite you. You can see Andre from Lotus Esports playing this very carefully. Everybody very hesitant right now. Fake gets a nice nade onto Hayuya. So that was that push on in. Trick getting thirst. Meanwhile, Dookie, the S12K getting it done with only 1 HP left, but gets caught from the edge. Oh, and unfortunate for Lotus. Not able to do it in time to save Fishy.
Yeah, a little bit fragmented right there. Once again, confirms the point. Execute getting full sent on now by Extreme Slayers. Extreme Slayers losing Hayuya already, so they only have 3 to work with, but Execute down to just the 2.
Wow, down to 2 players, so Execute, even with a great position, not able to mount the defense that they were looking for. Let's see, as they are getting extremely pushed up on. Remix is forced to stay in the back line, just not able to cross due to the angles from some of these other teammates. So it is a true 2v2. Who's going to win it, Execute or Extreme Slayers? Who would you have your money on, Zoo?
On point and Execute. Their mood might be dampened from that first game. You know, it could tilt them, so to say. So let's see how they play this out. It's Fate and Kill Switch.
Tilt factor is definitely a thing. When you're frustrated with your teammates, your own performance, it could force mistakes. But there are some players that thrive under the pressure. It is a very rare quality, but when you have it, oh my goodness, you could definitely turn things up to another level. And Execute looking to bounce back. Fate trying to make the sneaky play, just laying down by those shiny rims, waiting to see one of the players from Extreme Slayers just overpeak you in just a little bit.
Nice wherewithal to check the flank from
Fate got
Baby
him.
Bray. But yeah, that's an opening for Execute. And a nade, almost getting Baby Bray right there. So he's forced back up. The other player from Extreme Slayers has now joined the fight. So it's back to 2v2. Might get that revive as well. It's Remix.
Oh,
He has G.I. Joe'd, prone his way up all the way here to this altercation. And oh, he sees Fate.
sees him, got him. Oh wow,
Oh,
Fate
so
getting
close.
his ankles blasted, but able to survive. Oh, but just for just a little while longer as Puppeteers. Yeah, third party's brutal, but I don't think Remix realizes that he's knocked.
No. He's still looking for it on the outside. And tosses it in, but Execute a little bit too far back, and Remix got the revive already. So we'll here. Able to close the fight out.
Oh, what a nade. Fate's getting caught out. That should be a white, actually kill switch. Mounting up a defense here. Doing a great job. He's gonna go for that res. This Molotov from Remix though, that spread. And remember, this is on wood floor, guys. On wood floor, the Molotov spreads even further than anywhere else. So Yeah, kill switch, just not able to make it happen, and down goes execute.
Yeah, they held it off for quite a while, but when you're at a disadvantage, you got to get aggressive because they got the knock, remember, but they couldn't find an angle. They couldn't find a way to push off of that knock, so they let Extreme Slayers get that reset, and ultimately it cost them. Extreme Slayers still have a long ways to go as the circle has shifted and all eyes on them. There's so much commotion as the NOMADS taking some shots and Robert gets knocked instantly.
Wow, beautiful job right there from the NOMADS to pick up a nice point, especially on Robert. Robert's had some serious performances so far in this tournament. And Gunpain trying to get it done, but Remix now very upset about losing his teammate. Looking to get a little bit of revenge on the NOMADS.
That's a good
Question
one.
two, which team do you think is going to win here at this point? Because this next zone does pop on up. Puppeteer's looking good. You got YKG. Excuse dead center. Let's see if YKG, though, can even get into this next circle. There's 46 seconds on the clock. Tons of shots coming out from Fetty, punishing them in the process. But YKG trying to get some shots, but in the wide open, there's not going to be much they can do.
Yeah, good shots from Fetty. But man, just peek a second too long and the return fire is there. Joey, last one up. And he was the first one to push out into the open too with that vehicle. Pretty much a bullet sponge, somehow staying alive. Can they get the revives too though? Chico and Fears, they have a little bit to bleed out with. And that blue zone, it's closing, but ever so slowly. Joey could run back and pick up a teammate, bring them inside the circle and do the same for the other. They could reset up to 3 on that hilltop.
Oh, yes, they can. Which team's going to win the match? Different decisions from everybody, but except for you and Cameron Davis. Both picking Puppeteers. Can't blame you, especially with how they've been performing. Excuse, dead center of the map. I'm going to just go ahead and pick them. I haven't had a lot of faith. This position, though, is too juicy for me not to pass up. If Excuse can't capitalize on it here, it's not a good sign.
Yeah. Luckily for them, Speedfire's trying to wrap around the hillside, wrapping right into the likes of
Joey.
Look at how quick that burst was. An instant knockdown. And you got to be quick with it. If you peek 1 second longer, you're traded. Oh, and the follow-up.
You should have known that nade was coming. Speedfire running right on into it. And with 2 knocks, you know the heat's going to come. But Excuse said, oh, okay, now it's time for us to get some points.
No.
Chronix does go down. So Jimmy making a play. Excuse with the jump shot should catch him, did they?
Puppeteers.
Yes,
they're coming in for the third party as well onto Excuse.
Excuse have now started the floodgates. They have gone down 2 players just like that. Puppeteers on this off angle. Can Matt hit a huge nade? Oh, it taps him up a little bit.
That could have been huge. All the meanwhile, 412 has been completely quiet.
Chillin'.
So they're on that south side. You could see right there. I don't know if YKG is aware of them. Puppeteers still have 4 players, Jukes, and they got that zone.
And they have the spread. Yeah, I think Excuse just, they pulled that trigger, maybe played it a little too confident, just got caught sandwiched from both areas. Reckless is going to get this nade. That nade's got to be good. Wow, so close. Draco down to 1 HP. That one hurt. He's going to have to run out. Oh, he does. Right into an easy knock. And that is Excuse out of there. So, Puppeteers versus YKG. It's Joey, though. Joey with some shots. Puppeteers know exactly where he is. He should get taken down. Joey takes down Dom.
Gets one. Almost gets a second. And that's it. That's done. Puppeteers with the man advantage. Just playing it slow. Getting the zones favoring them for sure, but they nailed the ending with that third party onto Excuse, and that ultimately got them that chicken dinner.
Puppeteers, I said it earlier, the sleeper squad, right? A team that you do not want to sleep on, because this team, once they start firing on all cylinders, oh man, are they forced to be reckoned with. And I'll tell you what, when you're able to take out teams like the way they have, top squads as well, 7 eliminations, their confidence is just going to keep getting bigger and bigger and bigger as time goes on.
Yeah, they've been playing so well every stage of the game, every step of the way. But someone individually that played that map extremely well, that'd have to be Joey. A lot of highlight moments for him in that one.
8 eliminations, most damage, most nades. Joey showing up hot. And he gave Puppeteer a little run for his money by himself there.
Yeah.
So he just goes to show that even one single player, if they don't give up, they could definitely make something happen.
Joey showing definitely why he deserves to be on that highlight reel. And we'll go to the highlight reel, so don't go anywhere, guys. We still got a match left to go.
PUPPETEER, they weren't able to deliver the chicken dinner earlier, but they are able to deliver it here in Sanhok. And this man over here, to my left, to my right, whichever it is for you, I can't keep track. He gets another prediction right. Kevin, yes, you soak it in.
Yes. But, well, as we see on the overall, technically, Puppeteer's got the chicken dinner, but YKG won the round because of the just insane amount of eliminations that they were able to get. So, I mean, this was not a dominating showing by the Puppeteers. They played it low, they played it slow, they knew what their win condition was. They had a significantly higher chance of getting points by playing a little more safe as they did, rather than just trying to go loud from their more low ground position. Took advantage of that circle shift that did go up into their favor, but still 1 point behind YKG, who got 18 points total from not even second place, from third place, and they won points-wise.
Which, you know what, I'm totally okay, by the way, with the way the Puppeteers was able to win that. We saw them put a lot of eliminations earlier in the match that I was hinting at, where Canadian Eagles was able to edge them out. So it's good to see that they're able to adjust to whatever the final circle is going to end up being. And YKG, we got to give him some props to Joey, because Joey went absolutely off there at the end. And like Hodgix and Sita were saying, he kind of gave Puppeteer a bit of a heartache there towards the end, where if 412 Nomads would have been pushing, if they wouldn't been looking for that third party, Puppeteers could have ended up losing that.
Yeah, I think Nomads were pretty weakened at that point, though.
Yeah,
so, I mean, so really good job for them to even try and secure that second place finish, even though they're still like 30. But again, whatever. The way that the points ended up aligning is as it is right now. Good eliminations from a number of different teams. This is making me think that the next page is going to have a lot of 0s and 1s on it.
And actually, what I wanted to look at, it was K19. K19 was a team that we were talking about earlier, what's happening with them. We did end up seeing them there on the first stage. If I remember right, I think they ended up with about 7 eliminations. And here now going towards the second page, Execute just with 2. I'm starting to get a weird vibe out of Execute. I'm hoping we start seeing a little bit more consistency out of them in regards to higher points, especially once we end up getting into phase 2 and phase 3. I wanted to be ready for those finals, because Execute is definitely a team that they're going to be in the finals. I'll be shocked if they're not, Cam.
Yeah, but as far as this phase, we only have 1 map left, and I'm not entirely sure which of these teams are going to be sitting out, but Execute versus Puppeteers coming into today. Puppeteers is definitely one of the day. They've surely separated themselves a fair bit, and I think it's going to need to be an explosive match on the final match for Execute to catch up. And I'm looking at the groups now. Puppeteers are sitting out on this final round. So there is the window for Execute to overtake them and confirm that 4th place in phase 1, but it's going to have to be a good game for them to do so.
On this next one, it's going to be K19, Skills of Mine, Super Laser Reflex, and YKG. So a lot of those teams could take advantage of YKG sitting out, especially with what we just saw Joey doing. And one team that I actually want to see them take advantage of this last match, like they were able to do yesterday, is going to be Stream Slayers. If you remember yesterday, they had an awful day right up until the end in Sanhok, where they were able to get that chicken dinner, perform really well. I want to take a look at to see how so far today how they're performing in comparison to yesterday. And if I remember right, Day 4 is going to be on your left, and Day 5 is going to be on your right. You can see today they're putting out a lot more damage, and I think they're going to end up getting a lot more eliminations. I wish we could see a bit over the placement points, because that's one thing that's been off, right? We continue to see this team get those eliminations, but I feel like their placement point still is quite inconsistent.
Yeah, and remember, Extreme Slayers had a really big win to finish off yesterday. So this is kind of showing the fact that the numbers are looking so similar here, even despite, what was that, 12 eliminations in one game for Extreme Slayers yesterday, that it's not as bad. They're not getting zeros, but they're still not getting all that much. So we'll see. I mean, I'm not going to say that we can expect another great performance to end the day like yesterday, because, you know, you just can't expect that. But hopefully they can at least, you know, try and get a level up just a little bit more on the final round here and overtake NHyper.
Yeah, for Extreme Slayers, I'm not worried about them, but it doesn't also leave like a good taste in my mouth seeing the way they've been performing the last 2 days. Considering what we saw out of them on the first 3 days, I wanted to continue to see those performances, those dominant performances. The first day, I mean, that team ended up with 2 second-place finishes, and then coming on day 2, we got 3 first-place finishes. Completely unreasonable for me to think that they were going to maybe get 4 first place finishes, win every single match that they were going to play on day 3 and so on, right? But I didn't expect this much of a drop off from Extreme Slayers, at least from my end, Cam.
Yeah. I mean, there's still nothing. Like, if you want to talk about drop off, I think you got to look at teams like K19 and then PASSIONFRUIT for teams like that. It's just in comparison to the 2 top dogs of the region of YKG and NHyper, drop-offs like this is what's going to keep them for trying to really trade blows consistently. At this rate, I would be surprised. I'm not expecting this to happen, but I wouldn't be too surprised if Phase 2 and Phase 3 saw Extreme Slayers fail to keep up with YKG and NHyper like they are this week, just because of the trajectory that we're looking at now.
Okay, I'm with you on that, right? It comes down to how they're going to be able to use the day off tomorrow, come into Phase 2, how they're going to be able to adjust, right? The good thing about having this off days, I guess, in a way, is that it's happening in Phase 1 and it's not happening in the later phases where it might end up mattering the most. In Phase 1, you're going to be able to, okay, you know what, with the mistakes early on, let's see if we can fix them. So when we end up going to the finals, because with the performance that they're currently having here, I will be shocked if for some reason this team doesn't end up making it into the finals. Like, absolutely shocked. But I think we can say they're going to be going to the finals. So if they can just take those days off that they're going to be having to work on those mistakes and do different things, maybe adjust a little bit more like we have seen other teams being able to do. Sutek keeps mentioning how NHyper is playing completely different. I'm enjoying it, even though sometimes it doesn't work out for them. It's okay. It's still Phase 1. I feel like for a lot of these top dog teams that we expect to be in the finals and we actually expect to be in Americas, it's okay to use this first phase to try out some of the new playing styles that they might want to actually try out. Yeah,
and it is also quite possible that Extreme Slayers performed so well earlier on because of the other teams need to on-ramp their performance coming into this season. So, you know, it'll take someone to have to like really go down and dirty with the VOD review to really figure this out, how much of the case this is. But it is possible that Extreme Slayers actually haven't necessarily gotten too much worse. Just everyone else has really gotten to the game. The tempo has changed. The timings of rotations might have increased a little bit. So, you know, it's not that Extreme Slayers are performing terribly. Remember, they are still third place, right? They are still like up there at the top. But as far as like wanting to break into being like royalty of this region with YKG, with NHyper, these are the things that we're sort of expecting, or at least we're asking of them to do.
And for Extreme Slayers, I mean, going back to Spring Split when they were Dope Esports, that was a team that was super consistent and actually caught a lot of people by surprise with the way that they were able to be super quiet and what they were able to actually do on the finals. I think they ended up in 3rd place, if I remember correctly, from Spring Split. Let me know in the comments on YouTube. I know you guys usually tell us what's right and what's wrong anyways. But what I really enjoy out of them this season is how much they are able to frag out, especially how Remix is coming more onto himself, being able to be that top fragging power as well. I won't want to just depend on Remix. I kind of want to see other players from Extreme Slayers being able to frag out as well. If they can do it here in this last match, why not? It is going to be Erangel after all. Hot Juke, Sute, I'm ready to see what's going to happen. Do you think maybe Extreme Slayers can win? Yes or no?
Let's see it. Let's see it. Why don't we see back-to-back days where Extreme Slayers just say, you know what, we're chilling during the day, but come nighttime, we gonna pop off, baby. It's Erangel. Get some hype in the chat, folks. Let's see what these squads can do. PASSIONFRUIT back in the mix here. Hopefully to have a good performance as well. I mean, we want to see some life from them. Most eliminations, it's tied across the board here, Zute.
Yeah, and with that performance from the previous game, Joey's up here now representing the YKG squad. And I mean, that just means 24K has like, what, 38? Between those two players, that's like 70 plus. That is crazy. And I bet you, Jukes, the other players on YKG, they're not far behind either, because all of them, Fears gets numbers too. That is just crazy to think about.
100%. This is what I was talking about, right? I was talking about saying, like, hey, you know what? It's crazy to see him up there before with Fears, because you got to know that the rest of YKG's got to be near. Got to be near. And seeing now, of course, the legendary Joey right up there just goes to show how insane this team is performing as a team. The zone is going to come on up, and it looks like we're headed on over to the west side.
Yeah, is this a little bit deja vu? Because I think our first Erangel game we had today, was that today or yesterday? It's all a blur, Jukes, but the second circle just shifted right down into Fairy Pier.
That's right. It did. Right down into Fairy Pier. That'd be a fun one to see. Why don't we go ahead and have some more of that action? I'll tell you who would like it. Execute, because that is nearby where they land. But we're looking over here. It's Excuse versus BULUC CHABTAN. Not an unfamiliar sight to see, that's for sure.
They are committing to this fight. This time we get to watch the fight start off in an even 4v4. So who's going to get the advantage? And, well,
wow.
That's one way to clear the hallway.
That is one way indeed. Beautifully done. Poppy Sour with that over-under shotgun. Is he looking to press this? He does blow out the door. He's trying to play this really carefully. Oh, Draco's got the AK. That's the weapon to have. Poppy Sour goes down. Trades going back and forth. And it's BULUC CHABTAN. Gonna get the early exit here in the last match.
BULUC was the one that got the opening, right?
Yes, it was.
Am I okay?
Yes, it was.
Wow. Well then, that just goes to show there's timings, man. You could get the first opening, but if you're not ready, or if your team's not ready, you just can't, go in ahead and charge at them 2-3 seconds late, because that's what happens. Your whole team gets squad wiped.
Squad wiped just like that. So quick, so fast, and in a hurry. So BULUC CHABTAN with that early exit's definitely gonna kick him a little bit here. But you know what? We still got a whole lot of tournament just left, and BULUC CHABTAN has some time to bounce back, and hopefully we see them do. But I mean, you got to start avoiding these hot drops. I think. Let me ask you this, Sue. Right after that one, do you think BULUC CHABTAN just leaves and decides to not go there anymore? What do you think?
That's a tough one, because I can't recall who's won the hot drop more often. But if they've lost it multiple times in a row, if they try playing it slow, because last time the fight went really slow, right? If they lost that playing it slow, and then they just lost that playing it fast, at that point, you're kind of a step behind, right? If the other team could beat you no matter what kind of style you're going to do off of the hot drop, then yeah, it's time to cut it. Week one's already done. Find another drop spot, in my opinion.
Well, you know what? You're right. It might be time to find another drop spot indeed. And let's see how it's all going to turn out here, because you know what? It's okay to kind of get some of these plays a little early on, maybe, but come towards that finals time, we got to definitely see those drop spots be completely solidified. As we look at teams starting to make the spread around the map, looks like Speedfire have a feeling that it could be coming to Fairy Pier.
Yeah, Speedfire, they want a match here. That time it went to Fairy Pier, it was a showdown between Speedfire and Hyper and Canadian Eagles. And this was their first chicken dinner. You could see that chicken dinner really helping out their average stats, average LMs, going up to 1.57. So fingers crossed for them. Maybe we'll get another Fairy Pier ending. We'll see very soon. But Zone still has a long ways to go before we head into the second shift.
Yes, indeed it does. Now, where is this zone going to end? It can go anywhere. So right now we're seeing teams, of course, you know, just start to get those early rotations. Excuse, very hyped to have that early finish. So that's going to help them out on the rotation they're about to make here in a little bit, which is most likely going to have to be a bold one. Wow. Puppeteers have showed up today in a major way. What do you think about that?
Oh, definitely. I think they've been doing well every game, every day, just not well enough to take the spotlight from the top 3 teams that are finishing each time, right? But it is just paying them so many dividends, just constantly improving match by match, and eventually it leads to that chicken dinner like we saw in the last match. Beautifully done indeed. And as we watch NHyper look to mount up a little bit of play, how do you feel about NHyper's play today? NHyper, they've had some definitely some signs of life. I think today has been kind of like, as far as like aggression, I don't think we're seeing it as much from them. Am I right or am I wrong? Yeah, I would side with that, but it's not like every day you can find like an aggressive thing to do, right? And Hyper, it's true. They're doing like a balancing act, right? They want to stick to what they're good at, they can improve on, but it does cut down the opportunities to be aggressive. Naturally, right? If you're YKG always on the edge, you have every single game, every single zone, every single map to look for an aggressive play. But in Hyper, they have to balance it out with, you know, playing more center still, because that's their bread and butter. And then from the center position, find timings to go aggressive, which is way less than playing from the edge.
Yes, indeed. I gotta agree with you. I love to see, you know what, I don't mind it. I like to see NHyper just try to get that balancing act down. You know what I'm saying? Try to figure out, okay, is it time to go aggressive? Is it not? I love the fact that we're starting to see a little bit from them. And I think we're starting to see them question it, because there's times where they're, like even today, right? Where they held some spots a little longer than what they normally would have, right? Yep. Where they maybe creeped a little forward. Maybe we saw it in that Miramar match, right? Where they decide to hold someone back to gatekeep some players. So we are seeing it little by little, and honestly, that excites me when I look at NHyper.
Definitely agree. And I think over the course of the years, when they see the champion teams of like through different years, different eras, I think there's been a trend that, you know, the championship teams are typically ones that are more aggressive, at least when it comes to, you know, comparison between NHyper and them at that point in time. So they're realizing like, okay, we do need to have some more aggressive play styles up our sleeves. So it's great to see them start exercising that and building on it.
Oh my goodness. All right. Well, Quarry? What do you think about this circle? We're going to have a quarry finish? That's the way to end things off. We're going to have some fun in the sun over there. Meanwhile, let's see how PASSIONFRUIT's deciding to move on in. They're all the way over here in the blue zone, so they got to be really careful on this drive not to get caught out.
Yeah, PASSIONFRUIT's not the type of team to want to fight out in the zone, but that's a good one to take right there. He's wide in the open, and Juancho will go for it, gets knocked. Oh, the rest of the team, are they synergized with this call out? Are they here to stop and support Juancho? And looks like they are. It's good to see the rest of the team not just running away, and that's going to get them a second one onto Extreme Slayers. We were talking about Extreme Slayers, hoping like, hey, maybe the last game of the day is when they pop off, but it looks like it's going to be PASSIONFRUITs instead, choosing the last game of the day to do something. And NHyper getting Fate and getting Trick from Execute.
Coming out hot. Okay, so PASSIONFRUIT started to show a little bit of sign of life here at the end. That's Juancho at 6-less. Getting some nice eliminations as we look at NHyper getting into it with Execute. And this is for the title of Fairy Pier. And Execute, they're just done for. Yeah, no chance. No chance here.
They lost 2 already. I feel like Execute were the ones defending too, because NHyper rotates in from a bit further east, and Execute have priority over this spot. So Execute losing on the defense, and NHyper just winning it all on the offense.
Oh, that's gonna hurt for sure. as we start to see the last of Execute for the day, but not for the tournament. Hopefully we see them bounce back. Execute's next performance is something that I want to really keep an eye on here, because today was rough, in my opinion. They made some serious unforced errors. They had a lot of trouble. How are they going to manage back for it? You know, if I see a roster swap, things like that, that's how I'm going to know that, oh, like they went through it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I mean, it all went downhill after that first game. I feel like that first game, the way they threw it really dampened their mood.
Oh, for sure. Who wouldn't it? I mean, that is not the way you want to lose. I mean, if you miss shots, you know, things like that here and there, it is what it is, you know, but losing to unforced errors is what really hurts.
Yeah, and if you guys missed the first game, you guys could just rewind that real quick after this match. But to put it simply, it was essentially a 3v1, 3v2, and two of their players decided to just fall off the edge and did nothing at the very end. So, yeah.
Big ouch, but you know what? Big whoop for some of these squads here as we look at PUPPETEER is about to go ahead and push most likely into LOTUS. Extreme Slayers. You know, we asked, or Seven asked, if they're going to win this last match. Robert and Baby Bray, last one's up, completely spread out, not looking likely. So we're going to have to wait to see something from Extreme Slayers later on as well.
A lot of teams dropping the ball kind of on this last day. And then a lot of teams picking up the ball. We had LOTUS win a match. We have a few other teams win a match that, you know, wasn't really making that huge of a splash. PUPPETEERs, good job to them finally getting a chicken dinner today. And we'll see if they can manage to get more as the weeks continue on. Canadian Eagles on that northeastern side looking to find a way into the zone. A lot of teams just edging on in because the center of the zone, it's kind of hard to get to. Jukes, with it being Corey.
Oh, 100%, yeah. Corey is a really funky place to be because there's a lot of angles that you can hold and you can gatekeep Corey pretty well. But, you know, if you're able to go ahead and find that perfect path on in, you should be able to make it safely. Let's see as though as LOTUS is starting to apply that pressure to Wall Street Bets with some nice nades. LOTUS had a couple good games here today. Excuse is going to get eliminated, and that's going to be by Ace, so... a good performance for them. It's so unfortunate that every time I see Ace in the feed getting eliminations, it just so happens they're not on camera. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Speedfire also eliminated. So we were talking about Speedfire maybe getting blessed in that fairy peer position. They do not, and they're out. There's still so much more happening. LOTUS taking it down onto Wall Street Bets, and Wall Street Bets done. That is 4 teams? No, 5 teams.
Wow.
Jukes already out of the lobby.
You know what? I think this is that fatigue. You know what I'm saying? This is that fatigue because I think every time we see the last match, we see so many teams go out early. I think they're just a little anxious to be like, hey, you know what? Let's get into some fights. Let's get into some action. Some have been sitting out for a little bit too long. And I think we're seeing the aggression definitely ramp up here towards the end. So because we're seeing aggression early on, that does mean that we're probably going to have a little bit of a slower end, but it ain't over yet. This is Quarry. Things are definitely going to turn up here in a second.
I am. PUPPETEERs have control of one of the high ground sides of Quarry. I'd love to see us end around here with PUPPETEERs holding that dominating position. As for the squads that are already out, maybe feeling that fatigue, and you gotta get that monster energy in you. And I'm not even joking. You know, having a tournament day for this long, your performance definitely goes down as the day continues. So getting some of that energy from Monster Energy, you know, doing some jumping jacks maybe, that'll definitely help out. And this zone is definitely going to help out the PUPPETEERs. And even Extreme Slayers, they might just be able to sneak their way into a top 3.
Monster Energy, maybe they need to start going Super Saiyan, you know, getting better as the fight goes on. You know, maybe see that hair turn yellow, or perhaps the Brazilian eyebrow slit. I heard that works as well.
The eyebrow slit. I feel like that's, unless if you're a Brazilian team, may not apply. Results may vary as PASSIONFRUIT's looking to push in on Ace here before they continue rotating. And it's looking good. Zuko with that nade. And, oh, on to BULUC. There's a nade coming, BULUC.
BULUC! BULUC, run! Oh. I wonder what the comms are like right now.
And now in Hyper's.
I wish I could hear the comms. I wonder if they saw that, because if they did, ooh, oh, yup, GK first. Started to make a little bit of a rotation. Zuko getting caught out, and now Koi about to drop some nades. Yep, GK first finding all the sightline and information that they needed to start applying that pressure. Here come the nades.
So here we see, this is a great example of Hyper trying to be aggressive, but you can see they're still a little bit passive and slow with it. Yeah. This is not their forte. If this was YKG, oh, you bet the fight's already done, right? It's already done, and now they're rotating. So it's good to see Hyper practice this. They have the right idea, and in the VOD review, they'll see like, okay, we could have been way more aggressive. We had all the advantages. They'll still pick up the points, just a little bit slower, and luckily for them, in this lobby, they're not going to get punished too heavily for it, right?
Not going to get punished too heavily, but we're going to see...
I don't know how BOPE made it out, though.
Yeah, BOPE barely making it out by the skin of his teeth, so hopefully able to put some last-ditch effort points. But hey, you know what? Got to give it to PASSIONFRUIT. 6 eliminations, okay? So definitely saw a little bit of life from them. And that's good to see before they finish things out. A couple little mistakes here there. Canadian Eagle's going to go out there. Half the lobby gone, Zute. And we're in circle number 4.
Yeah, it's that fatigue. I know it's also the zone. Corey not giving too many positions for teams to play in. So teams rather just fight it out, pick up their points there. Down to just half the lobby, and maybe less than half the lobby, only 26 remaining.
Just like that. Wow. And poof, half the lobby gone. And Hyper, they're showing that, hey, you know what? We got no fatigue, man. We're putting in that work. 8 eliminations. And, you know, with so many teams out already, YKG sitting out. I mean, this lobby is definitely theirs for the taking. Uh-oh. 4-1-2, though, catching Koi.
Yeah, Koi should be
difficult.
He should be in a spot to get revived. We do see, you know, in Hyper sometimes make those big slip-ups, though, right? Where one player gets knocked and finished long range. But it's been less and less. I remember last split, Jukes. It was something you talked about constantly because almost every game in Hyper would lose a player, you know, like unnecessarily. So it's good to see that's happening way less often now.
Yeah, it looks like they're starting to finally really tighten up those rotations, you know, because we've seen, you know, them so many times in the past lose that player out of rotation and then they panic. They just panic and start doing these crazy plays and then just falling apart little by little after that. So I think we're definitely starting to see a more confident, a more stable and Hyper, especially from the first days. GK first pushing up quite a bit, really close into 4-1-2, and the rest of his squad is pretty far behind. And yeah, he got punished a little bit there. He isn't knocked just yet, but he does have his teammates on top of the hill providing some oversight, but not with their guns because they're all in buggies.
They provided what they can't cover me. I'm coming back. I'm not going to sit down here. And they might be looking for another way in. Options definitely very limited for the Hyper squad, though, as for which route they could take to get into this zone.
Absolutely indeed. Let's take a look here. As we're going to see GK first on the move. Looking to catch an angle. The rest of Hyper is still up. So they are still up here. They're just kind of taking their time. And this is the advantage of when you have half the lobby gone so early, right? You can get away with a lot more. You can be a little bit more patient because it's just not nearly as congested as it normally is.
Oh, to be fair, Hyper did take out 8 of those players from the lobby. So
True.
They're creating their own space in a sense as well. And it's great to see them taking advantage of it. And the maturity really shows for, you know, when you send a player up to try and find a way in the zone, and they're alive, the rest of the team is alive, but you realize, hey, we could do better, and pulling back and coming up with a second plan. And it is showing just that right now for the side of Hyper.
Yes, indeed. And here they come. So now applies the pressure. When Super got knocked, they said, okay, we had enough of this. It's time we take Quarry for ourselves. Koi holding the edge of this bridge. Not falling off. Nice little nade onto BOPE.
Oh,
Let's see as the rest of Hyper beautifully pushed. See, that's how you do it right there. You have one player shoot some shots, allow the others to just come push in for free, and then BOPE is just falling apart. Nice nade though on Decoy from Nightcrocs. Nightcrocs definitely a great anchor player for Hyper. Catches 2 players here. You might even get a Thirsty being careful. Kindness though, he was ready for it. Nightcrocs go for the points.
yeah, he's gonna try and go for the clutch because he's got a teammate.
Uh-oh.
Ophelia was downhill. He made his way up. And this might be the downfall of Hyper. I love how Nightcross didn't go for that thirst because he knows his teammate was coming. So they had a chance of winning the fight. He just needed to stay alive and keep the pressure up. But it's Kindness Juice, the MVP of Hyper right now. The man with one of the most eliminations in the lobby. Can they take this beast down?
He's got the B-zone, and it's a beautifully executed defense right there from Ophelia and Nightcrocs. The heads-up play, and they're going to be able to get their teammate up, so they're going to keep 3 alive on the defense against Hyper. I do like the push from them.
It was good.
It was just
It was a good
little
attempt.
execution. Yeah, just a little execution error that cost it. I hope that they don't change things up completely just because of that.
Yeah, the biggest mistake there would just have to be that one player on the outside pushing to clear and them sending 2 players on the inside. I mean, it could have gone either way. He could have won his 1v1. There could have been no players on the outside and more players on the inside. But it's hindsight. Whatever it is where they feel like they messed up on, just talk about it, VOD review, and hopefully in Hyper they continue with, like, you know, knowing how to play aggressive.
I got to agree with you, my friend. Meanwhile, still quite a few teams remaining. MEZEXIS with 4 eliminations, so they have been pretty quiet. But we could definitely see a little sign of life from them here. And let's take a look as MEZEXIS have this side of the map pretty controlled, but they are going to have to push into this next circle.
Extreme Slayer's picking up a point in the feed, so even though they're just down to 2, don't count them out just yet. They've been getting the zone. MEZEXIS is circling around everywhere, trying to look for a way in, where to go, where to fight. Butterfly Effect doing the same. Yeah, this circle just constantly going into Corey is giving these teams a little bit of a question mark on what to do next.
100%. Corey's always just so funky. You could definitely get caught slipping if you're not careful. And you can see Kubi just driving around trying to find some ankles. And absolutely. Question is, which team will have the most eliminations to take? I think at this point it's pretty much anyone's game. I'm gonna go personally. Why don't we just go MEZEXIS, baby? Come on.
I'm gonna, I don't know, I'll toss it out there. They've been quiet all game. It's the Puppeteers. They have 4 up, and we'll see if it works out. You pick MEZEXIS, I pick Puppeteers. How's this fight gonna shape out? 1 down for each side. Baton is up for the MEZEXIS team. We're gonna be able to get to see him work his magic. Confirmation though for Puppeteers, and Puppeteers getting a revive. That is gonna be man advantage. Con, he really needs this knock. Can he get it? He almost does. And
Wow.
Wait, he does get it.
He got him. Baton showing up right when he needs to with a huge elimination. And now Puppeteers are on the back foot. Couple nades, he throws it right into that smoke, but Puppeteers threw that smoke as a nice little bait. You can see Dong looking to find that high ground. They gotta be careful. Everest looking to push down. Puppeteers, I think, are playing this a little bit better as far as how they're splitting apart. They are starting to confuse MEZEXIS a bit, and that nade is all it takes. And that is their downfall. MEZEXIS done for.
That was a really good attempt by MEZEXIS though. Not easy whatsoever, but the defense, the readjustments out of Puppeteers, it could have gone either way. Puppeteers, I think they just played that a little bit better. They'll stay alive in the lobby with 3 and hope to get some more points. And Extreme Slayers, they could still win this. They could still win this.
Yes, they can. Extreme Slayers with 2 players up. Actually, no, I'm sorry. That was LOTUS. LOTUS with 2 players up.
Extreme also has 2.
Yeah, Extreme Slayers have 2 on the other side of the map, but They are in the dead center of this position. They could absolutely win this from these shacks, especially if they time it correctly. There's going to be so many battles happening on the edge that Extreme Slayers, all they have to do is just wait for the timing, catch a couple little strays here and there, pick up some big points, and it should be a nice dub for them.
And the big thing, though, is just Puppeteers. They have control of everything. If the zone goes down south, that would help them out hugely. But if the zone goes up north, look, Puppeteer already has firm real estate on more than like 80% of the circle.
This should be their win. How they've been performing, and with Extreme Slayers stuck in that shack, I haven't seen enough from NOMADS, yeah, to make anything happen. And oh my gosh, Dong just tapping it away and getting it done. And Reckless with the AK tapping too. 600 damage already from Dong. I mean, what? This was a great day for the Puppeteers.
Oh, he's about to get 100 more right there with that nade. And touchdown. And the molly for the finish. Too easy. It's too easy for Dong.
Wow. Just having fun.
Yeah.
Puppeteers just having fun at this point, guys. Sit back, relax, and just watch the Puppeteer. It's the puppet show. The puppet show right here, baby. That's how you do it.
Yeah, they're the marionette right now. And oh man, they just see everything. Reckless from long range with the UMP. Dong with the nades, the molly. Lu Jang also got one earlier. They just need to be careful. Lotus, if they could somehow, blind them on the side. Nope. Lu's got this covered. He's watching that side. Yep, Betty backing up some. Like, okay, never mind.
Oh, man, dude. Congratulations to Puppeteers on a great day today. Now it's just about watching them finish things off here. Reckless, throwing some nice nades.
Oh, God.
Dude, Extreme Slayers, this is a bomb shelter. That's what it is.
Yeah.
That ain't a shack. It is literally a bomb shelter.
How many nades have been thrown in there? I don't know. This one's got to do it, right?
Nope. It ain't gonna. It's a bomb shelter, I'm telling you.
How are they still alive?
You ain't hitting it.
That one's hidden.
Nope. Told you.
Oh, wait. Are they like in between? No, they're just in the shack.
No, but they cannot be touched.
It's the bomb shelter. I guess
that's right.
I guess you're right, Jukes.
It is in fact the bomb shelter.
Oh, look at this spot that Lu Jing has sneaked over to. It's not in the zone, but like when the circle closes.
Let me ask you this.
But that's a great spot.
Oh my goodness. I mean, I would put all my skins on the line that Puppeteer winning this game. There's just no way they lose.
Yeah. Dong's so aware of every angle possible. He's literally watching both teams at the same time. He wants more. He wants more points for himself.
Wow. The pressure coming out. Heck, there is extra prize pool, Zute, right? For players who get the most eliminations, all kinds of different things. So I think it's good to see them really shine out and take advantage of it here.
Yeah, money, money, money.
Money, money, money.
This could still go drastically for Puppeteers. Like they're in like full control every step of the way. But honestly, all it takes is one peak and you lose, and things could go completely differently. And there's still two other teams left, right? If Lotus pushes at the same time as Extreme Slayers, and if this nade.
Oh no, Dong! Watch! Oh, what?
That tickled him a little bit. He's like, I'm out of there.
Get this off me, bro. Get that nade off me. What is Dong made out of?
He eats those.
He does. He does, indeed.
Oh.
Okay. All right. Nice catch.
That's big.
That's underdone. Betty's just like, no. How did we not see that coming? And here comes Dong punching away. Punching away. Betty about to get naded. How's his nade looking? Looking good. Ah, a little off the mark.
Yeah, Fetty drops down just in time to avoid that one. Dong's getting restless now. He's like, they're taking my points away. These are my points. Oh, Baby Bray with another one.
Wow. Oh, Baby Bray getting caught out. And it's Robert GG.
Dong finds both.
Soaking up all the points. The awareness. This guy, if you move, he is seeing you like an owl in the night.
I mean, okay, so there's not much to break down on that game in the last couple minutes, but that very brief moment at the very end where Dong picked up 2 that shows why Dong is a star player. He gets one on the far left side, and he has a teammate, right, who's in charge of watching the right side. Dong outreacts him and finds not just the left player, but all the right player. And that's why he's the highest damage, highest elimination, and that's why, you know, he's constantly the one for his team that's putting up the big numbers. And that's also why we talked about this man.
Dong, so huge for his team. Crazy. Look at that, 5 eliminations, 851 damage. This man can't be stopped. This man cannot be stopped. Beautifully done. I mean, heck, this is what I was saying, right? Puppeteers, you cannot sleep on them. And I think a lot of teams are starting to keep their eye on. Guys, let's go ahead and take it on over to the highlights. That's it for us. And let's go ahead and see what the desk has to say right after.
Puppeteer today, they definitely drank that Monster Energy, our official energy drink partner, because they are back on track. They're putting PMPL and A back on track with at least one team being able to get 2 to 3 chicken dinners. So good job, Puppeteers. The performance out of them, I mean, Dong was absolutely huge for this team today, Cam.
Yeah, I mean, listen, he is always going to be the front runner of this squad, putting up those numbers, putting up those elims, and despite, I mean, but at the same time, you know, sort of counterpoint the rest of the team is slowly starting to catch up. It's still a bit of a valley, still a bit of a gap. It is still basically the Dong show, but it is over time, especially if we throw it all back and compare it to spring, is looking better and better. And so who knows, by the end of this season, by the time we hit finals, which at this rate Puppeteers are going to be making it, I mean, look at this, 21 points to end their day out. We could see a lot more of a spread involvement of the team. But either way, Dong still got to give him his flowers for when he continues to put out these numbers every single round.
I would not mind that, by the way. Puppeteers has been one of those teams that I've been enjoying since Spring Split, whenever they were the team that would only get like 3 to 5 elims and they would absolutely just leave the match right away. They have the way they're currently shaping up. I'm really enjoying it. By the way, Stream Slayers, they were able to perform too here once again in the last match by putting up those 10 points, and Hyper as well with those 10 points. And Lotus Esports, I feel like that's one team today that I'm definitely going to have to go back and take a closer look at, because we've been seeing this team's name on towards the front page a lot more. And MEZEXIS too. I mean, you were questioning where they have been. MEZEXIS, I feel like they answered the call at least in 2 matches today.
Yeah, I want to focus on Extreme Slayers just a little bit, even though, you know, we talk about them a lot, because not only are they top 3, they're sort of like, will they, won't they, sort of situation. I will say, there is something that just like they, at least today, in so many of these rounds, they just refuse to die. They refuse to go out. The amount of placement points and even a couple of elim points that they've been able to squeeze out of rounds that it looks like they are basically done with is actually a sign of a really, really strong team.
I agree with you. And then PASSIONFRUIT Esports, I mean, we got a bit of the honeymoon back. We saw Hot Jukes praising them for at least being able to get those 6 elims. But with PASSIONFRUIT Esports going into phase 2, remember, for this team, I only had phase 1 as an excuse for them to be able to start putting the performances of the potential that they currently have on paper. We saw what could happen yesterday. I want to continue to see a little bit more of that when we actually go into phase 2. And for this team, it comes down to those placement points. If they can just stay alive a little bit longer, if they can work in the rotations, continue to work on that synergy, this team, we know that they can get the elims as they've been able to showcase. Elims do become a lot easier at times. They're able to position themselves in a great spot towards the end of the match. This team's potential, they could end up being a top 5 at least going into the finals. So I can't wait to see what PASSIONFRUIT Esports is going to be shaping up to be. But you know what? We've been talking about some teams really performing well, like we saw from Puppeteers. I actually want to take a look at the overall, see how much that switched up.
Let's do it.
I don't think the top 3 is going to switch up that much. Okay, yeah, that's oh, by the way, YKD. Jeez, that's
That's
GG's.
they have as much of a gap between them and second place as third place has to fourth place, which okay, so that's 2 points. One, YKG are just completely running away with things. Extreme Slayers and NHyper, I will say, even though I think earlier on I was kind of giving Extreme Slayers grief for not being as good and NHyper performing better today, they've actually had a very similar today. It's just NHyper has been a lot more like peaks and valleys, whereas Extreme Slayers today is more like consistently middle of the road. And the numbers are sort of evening up in the way that we see right now, because this is the overall for the entire phase 1. The bonus points are going to be locked in from this, but Puppeteers, to be able to make it this close shows just how strong of a day they have had as well.
Yeah, you're looking at Puppeteers. I mean, we've been hyping them up, but I'm actually really happy to notice LOTUS Esports. I mean, the jump up that this team has been able to do. They started off the day in 13th place. Not only did they end up getting lots of items, they also actually ended up getting a lot of placement points, and that's something that I love seeing when teams actually move up. It's not just one thing. It's a nice little marriage of both, especially with the performance that they were able to do.
Yeah.
And that's going to be massive when we actually end up talking about the bonus points, because they just moved up in such a big wave that this bonus points are going to actually benefit them in a big way. XQ, with the performance that we saw, I felt like they were a little bit quiet today. They were quiet a little bit too yesterday. They end up falling out from that 4th place that we expected them to be. And Canadian Eagles, we saw earlier as well what they were able to do with that chicken dinner. They end up in that 7th place.
Yeah, like we have 3 teams on this page that weren't on this page starting today off. And again, that middle section is routinely fairly close, despite as far into this this week as we were. But still, the fact that we saw Canadian and LOTUS and NOMADS make their way into the top 8 to replace BOPE, K19, Wall Street Bets, Excuse falling down to 9th. Ace of Spades aren't in here anymore. And I'm looking at that's so many teams that were on the front page, that were on the first page coming into today. So a lot of things got mixed up. The teams that needed to put in the work and make that final send, they were able to succeed onto that.
Yeah, for K19, I feel like it's going to be a bit of a wake-up call, because they're currently the only team here on the second page that has 2 chicken dinners, but they end up in 15th place. That's definitely going to hurt them a little bit in regards to the confidence. And PASSIONFRUIT Esports ends up being able to push up a little bit, so we don't end up on the 3rd page. They actually end up on the top 16. One thing I do want to mention, though, there from 9th place all the way down to 15th, I am enjoying how close packed it is here within these teams, right? And it's something, Cam, that you've been mentioning over and over again since yesterday, how the top teams have been so dominant that it kind of allows one match to switch it up in a big way here for some of these teams.
Yeah, but on the other side of things, it's a small drop down from 17 to 18. It's it's a pretty wide drop down from 18 to 19, but 50 to 27 points. Speedfire to Skills of Mind, 20th place. Skills of Mind, 27 points total. That is, I don't care how much of an underdog you are, that is unacceptable. And I'm sure the players are going to be saying that to themselves as well. We were talking about this while watching the previous game. What is it about Skills of Mind? They weren't challenging for the crown in spring, but they were certainly doing better than this. They made it to the finals. They got 10th in the finals. And so something must have happened. Something must have changed. The break that they're going to have going into phase 2 is going to be one they're going to really need to figure out what went wrong.
Yeah, that's one team we're going to be paying a close eye on, because teams might be looking at that big of a gap, right? And you're in last place. They're looking as a feeder team. I mean, if I'm being completely honest, they're looking at 3 points, especially on the first day of phase 2. I wouldn't be surprised if some teams actually do want to end up taking that hot drop with Skills of Mind, or do want to end up pretty much landing somewhere near them, or going towards where they usually land to see if maybe they can catch them on the rotation. Maybe they can catch them on a third party as well, because Skills of Mind right now at this point, they're just not being able to perform really well. If you're seeing any team on social media that you want to point out, make sure you use the hashtag PMPLNA, whether it's on Twitter, whether it's on Discord. Let us know what you want us to highlight, as well as you guys got a chance to see earlier in the week. Sute did the Sute zoom in, and I'm pretty sure a lot of more segments are going to be coming in. Before we sign off, Cam, anything that surprised you here on phase 1 of PMPLNA?
A lot did. Extreme Slayers, throughout their ups and downs, still kind of going head to head fairly well with NHyper, YKG continuing to push forward. And then just how often we saw teams come in and out of that top 8, even below those top 3 teams, kept us guessing all the way into the very end. Again, I didn't expect LOTUS and
Yes.
Canadian and MEZEXIS and NOMADS to all be in that first page. So when it comes to predicting what's going to happen phase 2, phase 3, who's going to make it to the finals of North America, I have no clue.
Yeah, for me, I was going to say YKG dominance really surprised me for this phase 1 because I was questioning with what was going to happen within Hyper. Then Puppeteers, right, the way they were able to kind of rise up as well. But Lotus, I feel like that's the biggest surprise for me with what you were saying. I did not expect them. I kept seeing them in the first page. And then when we ended up seeing the overall, they ended up where they ended up. And I'm like, okay, Lotus, all right. You just put yourself on the map there going into phase 2 for a lot of the teams. I can't wait to see what's going to happen in phase 2. Shout out to this handsome man right here. Towards my right, Cameron Davis. Shout out to the casters too, Hot Jukes and Sute. It has been an amazing phase 1. I can't wait to see what's going to happen in phase 2. Shout out to production as well. We'll see you guys Tuesday. Don't forget, Tuesday, phase 2.
staying completely away. K19.
Still got one up. The DBS.
It's out. Oh my gosh.
You're right into the DBS. The 1v2 right now, Hot Jukes.
Alf, it's your time.
Go!
Can you do this? He gets another. One more. The DBS.